Welcome back, everyone, to College CoD. It is our CCL regional playoffs here, and I'm joined by none other than Mr. Corn himself. How are we doing this fine Friday for you, Saturday for me?
I'm doing fantastic. Just struggling to get everything together here in the last few minutes, but happy to be along here for what's going to be a fun match between the Pirates and the Trailblazers.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. I've heard that this Dallas, even though their stats don't look too good at the top, there was 6 and 5. They've got quite a good squad on them, so I mean, this could be a really interesting matchup to say the least. So, speaking of which, let's go to that head-to-head and just see how these two teams do tie up against one another.
I'm taking a look at the head-to-head. Like I said, look, 6 and 5 record on the season. Hey. Regular season, it doesn't really matter as long as you make the CCL playoffs. This is the time where it's going to be a lot of fun. I think the thing that a lot of teams kind of focus on is like just making it to that postseason push towards the end of the year, and just being able to beat the best teams when it's called upon you to do so. Because everybody was making the regional playoffs, so getting through regionals and then getting into the CCL playoffs, that's kind of where your season is. If you didn't make the CCL playoffs, I mean, at least for me speaking, it kind of feels like the season's a wash and you didn't really maybe place as well as you thought your team could have or where you wanted to finish the year out at. So the fact that Dallas was able to get here while kind of struggling throughout the regular season, it's been great to see. On the opposite side, though, we got to talk about the Pirates. ICC, a team that's had quite the tenure the last few years inside of the CCL, 8 and 3 throughout the regular season. Nothing to snuff at, but it could have been a little bit better. But here inside of the CCL playoffs, looking to make it past the first round. I think the Pirates right now are poised to make a run at least a little bit deeper into the bracket, but I think this Trailblazers team might be something that could upset them.
Yeah, definitely could be one of an upset. And speaking of which, we'll be looking at the maps and modes that we'll be facing off between these two sides in this setup of series, which is looking for like a really interesting one. We're going to see a double exposure in the first set of rays, so we're going to see that on Hardpoint and the Overloaded. Split in between will be that Den Search and Destroy, and if need be, there'll be Blackheart Hardpoint, Raid, Search and Destroy in terms of a map setup here. How do you like that, Corn, between these two sides as it stacks up? Because exposure always for a respawn is always a really interesting one for sure, in terms of like the fact that once you've got it kind of nailed down in that hardpoint, Overload could kind of be a whitewash for you as well if you've got yourself flowing in that mode.
Yeah, I haven't necessarily seen too much on the Trailblazers throughout the year so far, so I'm quite curious to see how an exposure map where it kind of calls on you to play a bit more front-facing than it is on the kind of receiving end, where you want to be the team to get out on rotation early. You want to make sure you're holding everything down specifically on some of those lanes, being able to block those spawns, especially out by P2. I'm curious to see what the Trailblazers have done throughout the year to get themselves in the spot to where they could upset a team like the ICC Pirates. But again, the map set to me doesn't seem anything too far from the grain. We're not really straying far away from anything that we've seen too much throughout the year. Realistically, I think it's kind of what I'm curious on the most is how are the Pirates going to kind of respond through some of the adversity that they've played through. Obviously, we're going from a spot where we had the teams that qualified inside the regional finals. If you're just watching the broadcast and you were with us last week, going from the best of 7s back to the best of 5s, it's a little bit weird. Just kind of seeing that translate back into kind of like the first round of playoffs all over again. But I will say, for the Pirates, the thing that I'm curious about is their pace of play, because the last few years inside of the CCL, they have had a relatively good pace against some of the better teams. But again, as the story is for a lot of the teams that we talk about all the time, it's like, okay, how far are you going to be able to make it this year? Like, how deep of a run are you truly going to be able to make? Because there's a lot of teams every year that we say, oh, they've been around for a while, they've been a pretty good team, they've always been around the conversation of a top 32 like CCL playoff team. But how far are you actually going to be able to push it this year? That's what I'm curious about for the Pirates, is they have what seems to be at least a favorable first round matchup here against the Trailblazers. But again, I don't think that's necessarily something that we can just say, oh, looking on the paper, 6 and 5 record, they're going to be an easy team to beat.
Yeah, well, we've said this many times on any of the watches that I've watched alongside here. Stats in this meantime mean really nothing when it comes to the nitty-gritty knockout scenario, especially when winners loser brackets, such like, it's the one series you got to win, and you don't have to matter about what's happened in the past, what's happened before, how your map set is. If you've been working on it and you've been progressively getting better every single time on the maps that you've picked and selected, there's a reason throughout the whole season you can progressively get better. And the Trailblazers, maybe they're slow starter, maybe they started to get themselves back into it, and the map set, hopefully for them, obviously will suit them against this Pirate side, who obviously on paper do look like the better side. But like I said, it is just all about how far can you go, how deep can you make your run And can you make it towards that inevitable LAN opportunity as well? Like, that's what they're all vying for, really, right? It's all about getting that spot in the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. 8 spots up for grabs for land, so it's like, okay, it's basically the same kind of qualification kind of setting that we were inside of the regional playoffs. It's like, you just got to be top 8 here. The problem is you're playing from the best teams of every single region inside of one winner go home tournament, or I guess you're really staying home since it's online. But regardless, like, that's kind of like the stakes that you're facing up against here inside of this. To get to land for the CCL is kind of like the kind of coveted spot that you want to be in throughout the year. That's every team's main goal as we get to the postseason every single time around. But like I said beforehand, like, just getting into the CCL playoffs itself, at least for some teams, is a feat of its own, right? Like, there's teams that go throughout the regular season, they might have been sitting at around 500, they might have been like 1 or 2 games positive or 1 or 2 games negative. All of a sudden they hit stride when regionals come around, they start running through the bracket, and then they find themselves in top 8, and they're like, holy, we just made CCL playoffs. And then everything just starts to kind of like feather back around. You're like, okay, wait, the season's not lost yet. We might have not even snuffed the grand finals for the regionals. We're going into the CCL playoffs. Now it's a completely different opportunity. You're playing somebody from a different region. You're playing a team that could be all the way from the Northeast while you're playing in the Midwest. And now all of a sudden you're talking ping differences. You're talking this, you're talking that. And that's the online fun that you get with everything. And that's why I love the CCL playoffs so much, is because there's so much uncertainty within the mode that it just makes it that much better every time.
Yeah, exactly. And not speaking about this, see how much better we can make it, as we will be loading into that exposure hardpoint for game number 1. Independence Community College, the side Pirates up against the University of North Texas at Dallas here. And that is going to be the Trailblazers for map number 1. I mean, we can't put anything to it. We're just going to hope that this is going to be an absolute blow of a matchup here. We're going to want to see as much action as possible as we do load on in to game number 1.
Look at Schlep, man. Look at Schlep. So inspirational. I'm going to be so honest. I went into chat right before we started broadcasting. Mark, I know you know this, but I was like, dude, who is on UNTD Dallas? Because I have not heard of this team throughout the entire year. And then John's like, oh, it's Schlepp's team. I'm like, oh, shoot, let's go. So yeah, we're not necessarily rooting for Schlep, but that's his team. We're going to watch him and kind of put a magnifying glass on him throughout the series, because why not?
Yep, see what this man can get up to for sure. As a couple of kills go back and forward. Nobody really taking full control of P1, but that few kills in the feed there will inevitably mean that the Pirates do get the first initial bit of time before a double nade takes out Schleb and Amity, and it's going to be another double back here for Dallas Trailblazers as they get a wee bit of time and almost tie this back up here, looking at that rotation for P2.
Reap making a little route to the back. Gonna be able to spot one out on long. Second one on the top side of Solar. Shot's a bit wayward, and there's actually a deep spawn in from behind. So a good wrap in from Chance is gonna allow them to set up here for P2. Or at least get themselves what would have been a great position to hold down those spawns and start blocking out by P4. It's actually going to turn back around, though. Dallas is going to get the chance on the opposite end. Chance hops into the hard point. AR in hand looks to the inside. Doesn't read that the middle map push is coming through. So Vapor lasts alive basically in a 1v3 here. We'll get one for his money reinforcements here. So it'll get a little mixy here on P2.
Yeah, definitely get mixing on the tank here. Vapor, though, it doesn't matter who is gunning him. He's trying to figure it out all by himself. But the good man Dan done a good couple before Reload will take out both of them and get back into that time. And Pirates take the lead by just a narrow margin, but it seems to be the Dallas Trailblazers. They're still holding on to that pack spawn, because P3 being more of a money hill than P1 and P2 inevitably, but 4 dead in the feed means that Pirates will get that rotation early and absolutely spawn out the Trailblazers.
That spot you can be in right now, you got the hard block in the back, you got slump up in middle map. They're not going to be able to read this whatsoever. Second one up through long, gunfight doesn't go his way, but he slows down the push, and Rilo's able to find one for the money. So 3 versus 2 on the front end push. Chance down low with the MPC, catches good man Dan out on the reload. Route all the way north side of the map is the only player alive here from Dallas that's really going to be able to make any sort of presence push towards the hill. But it might just be the best timing in the world. Chance is on 5 in a row, will back off. Here comes the flanking through the back door. You're looking for 1, but Chance is going to snuff it out. He's going to run it all the way down. He's up to 6 in the Hellstorm.
Yeah, that's it. Just building and building and building. More and more kills, and there's a 7th in a row. So all of a sudden, it's a good lead that you're getting here, and you still got 30 seconds of time. But it will be Dallas Trailblazers that get that close spawn, so they're going to come in from both sides here. Hopefully, try and get that pinch if they can get in through the doorway. But obviously, that is not going to be the case here. As Vapor does find 1, gets this a second, and even though they're trying to come in from that back door, they eventually make the break in, but there's only 17 seconds of scrap time remaining, and rotations for P4 are already underway here, as Pirates are already got 2 set up in that hill.
get a really good hold there. Honestly, Dallas kind of gets fortunate here because they send 2 to the south side of the map. They send 1 up north. There's still a block in the back to where parallels are going to be happening, and they're not going to be able to fully spawn in the back here. And that is actually probably the biggest 1v1 of the map so far that we have seen. Amedito finally going ahead, knocking out that final ICC player in the back line of spawn. So this is going to guarantee them that backside spawn here for P4 inside of the hard point. Things start to get mixy. Reap is able to find one on the trade there for his teammate. Good man, Dan in the back line will hold the spawns, and now through middle map, you've only got 1 body here that will be falling out. So now it's going to be all about the respawns, reinforcements, how quickly you can get back to P4.
Yeah, just how quickly they've managed to answer back the P3 that was held there by the Pirates. All of a sudden, they are actually back in the lead here. The Trailblazers, they held P4 for the majority of that time. 40 seconds going their way, looking to try and make sure that they get all full 60 before they start making their way. And they're finding the kills that they need, but Schlep does get eventually taken down there by Realo. But the trades in, at least they get control of the remaining scrap time and head towards P5. But they're going to play number 8, good man Dan. He has pushed himself right up well. Number 5 of Schlep is trying to hold back just to keep the spawns and try and sneak in from behind of the Pirates. Unfortunately, he's going to be the one that has to turn it and gets taken down by Vapor. But nobody in control of P4 at the moment as it goes back and forward in the trades.
All right, good trades. Bottom left of the map, where Dallas is coming off the spawns. You're going to get 1 that spawns all the way out, and good man Dan should be read out by Rilo there. Amity looking for the kill. You're going to be able to clear out the right-hand side. Fall back over to the left now. Dallas trying to funnel to the front up through middle map. You're going to see 3 bodies go bottom ring. As the trade on the hard point goes their way, it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Vapor turns back around. Teammate gets the call out. Second one there. Good snaps. Forces good man Dan to go long. Now it's a chase on the follow. Pop up through middle. Uses the tech to his advantage. Now the game basically tied up once again. But I mean, look at Dallas, man. That P3 hold, or excuse me, P3 and P4 hold really do a lot of justice in being able to tie this game up.
Yeah, it's definitely. But Vapor, he's on a 7 straight as well, and he's making it 8. All of a sudden, he's just 8-0, and I'm assuming he got a reset in there because I'm sure he killed more than that beforehand and take a few deaths. But I don't know. It's a bit of a strange one. He's just went 8-0. He's got a streak. That's 2 streaks for this Pirates so far, and the score is still pretty much in touching distance between each other as well, considering after the first set of rotations, which is a strange one to see, considering the score line is literally 10 seconds the gap. That is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there was a disconnect that happened, and I didn't touch on it because I was just like, okay, I don't know if they're gonna play this out or not, and I was waiting to see if the lobby was gonna end, but no, it didn't end, and Vapor came back and is now 8-0, so somebody's gonna be questioning things on the other team, I'm sure of it. Just kidding. Haha, we had to make a little fun there, but everybody downside on the bottom of P3 will hop up. Looking in P1, though, you have Schlep just trying to body himself on the hard point. Those ones to the left-hand side, pre-fire shots were good to chip damage, but it's 1-1 trade. Good man Dan still there, holding the middle map is the Pirates, and with 10 seconds left, you have the Reap. Holy. Yeah, welcome an hour ago, guys. Over by the solar side, trying to block over for those spawns to get themselves good time on P2.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be a good time set up, and it's going to be Reap that tries to go on through, and he does manage to find one, looking for a second there around the corner, but nope, it is going to be shut down. Vapor will finish him off. He's 10-2, but is that a streak guy here? Are we hearing it? It is seeming like a streak coming out here. Will be potentially going to land right on top of Schlep. There we go. There's one down, and control going the way of the Pirates. Now, if they can hold it off here for that bit of time, there will also be the chance to hold P3 once again for a strong amount of time, which last time around they took the lead quite convincingly and took P3 control for the whole 60 seconds.
Like that slump on the cutoff here, bottom ring. Yeah, it's just a tough gunfight. If you're Dan, wanting to slide out there, got to make that a little bit quicker on 2 bodies if you're going to try and take that gunfight, but situational at best. Chance up top on P2 will find the first player pushing in. Rilo on the back end trying to hold down the Plaid side will fall down. So now you have Slump and his player with him in Vapor up on top P3. Trying to hold this down the middle map. It looks like Schlep was about to get the read and get shot in the back off P2. So everything through the back now. Trying to funnel through the door. Double push in. Rilo finds one. It was a team kill that came in, but it's still a 2 versus 2 back on it. Through the bottom side, they're going to take the low cut inside of P3 building. They've got another gunfight they need to take here. 1 up top, now 2 up top. Trying to flank around. Schlep falls down, and another push in through. Stick on the Semtex. Vapor up top. Now Rilo in for a trade. Pistol challenge good, and it's a break back from the Pirates.
Yeah, a great break back in here as well, considering I thought Slump was going to go on a wee tear himself, but the Semtex taking him out of that doorway, but the break still comes in from the Pirates, and all of a sudden they're getting a 20 point to almost 30 point lead here if they hold the remaining of this time, and it's looking like Roop, he's going to try and make his way in and shut them all down, but 1-for-1 the trades, and it works in favour of the Pirates once again. They get control of P3, but they have spawned the Dallas Trailblazers over towards P4, but they held it first time around for 60 full seconds, and if they do that again, they'll take that lead right back away. It's a very back and forward hard point we have on our hands here at this moment in time, Gordon.
Yeah, ICC's been playing fantastic. Even with the disconnect, being able to kind of keep this game within arm's reach when UNT Dallas was able to get the back end of P3 and then really a full 60 on P4. Now you look back over to P4 where they made their bread and butter last time. It's a full 4-man push here from ICC in the back line. Vapor will be the first to fall. Slump tries to go for the trade and will absolutely do so as he's got a teammate for helping through the front. 3 versus 2 on the break here. Now they got to push in. First contention. Left side gunfight goes the way of good man Dan, and Amity's able to find one out by Solar. Chance now on the backside. Flank spawns are out towards middle map here for UNT Dallas. Realistically, that's just a great break through the front here from the Pirates.
Yeah, a great break in, but it's instantly answered back. But Vapor manages to find the next 2 to stop that from completely swinging over. But the close spawns will go the way of the Pirates, but control. Dallas Trailblazers good man. Dan almost slides into the other 2, but coming in from the side tower is going to be the Pirates, and they keep control of that lead. And that last bit of scrap time as they look towards rotation towards P5 now. A few kills going their way. They'll get there first as well because the way the spawn is coming, they're all going back towards where P4 and a split spawn's coming in as well. So over the back fans, you're going to get the chance to split it here if you are the Trailblazers.
Yeah, tough gunfight up middle map. It's good man Dan who makes the most of it. They should get the read that another player is on site here, and the Hellstorm's going to go all the way to the backside of spawn, so it's really just taking one player after another down and just making sure that you're chipping everybody away as they're trying to scrap back to the hard point. 30-point deficit doesn't feel like the end of the world here for Dallas, but as the IRCC Pirates are back inside of P5 here, it's going to start to make the world of a difference as you're looking to push forward. Vapor trying to find the first gunfight over to the right-hand side. Lareep there, second gunfight, hip fire in, but a trade from Slump. Look back to Black Box, and the final player is dead. So that's all 4 bodies from Dallas. Now back to the respawn block. Back 15 seconds should go to the Pirates.
As you say, that 30-second gap doesn't seem like much, but once you're getting towards that 200-point mark, it makes a massive difference here. Going into our first set of rotations now. Chance going to get the first early kills towards the hill. He's going to spot one up towards ring, so he's going to back down for now and gets a nade. He's going to damage Dan and finish off Dan as well as he peeks that corner. Fantastic. That NPC is just absolutely disgusting.
Good shots in middle. But realistically, the conversation needs to be about the map control up through middle that Dallas have given themselves a chance at. Speaking of, Chance now looking to push his way up through long, playing his life to a T, but doesn't realize that Amity's pushing from the top side of P3. Now you have the break into the hard point. Slump's able to find one, repositions himself in the hard point, but it's Lareep on a trade. 3 versus 1 now, top 3 window. Anytime that you can knock off here for ICC is fantastic. Do not let this lead get any closer, even though a lot of this mid-map pressure is going to Dallas right now. The problem is they're not converting it to time, and ICC have not only got P1 back, but they now are looking for the P3 spawns to wrap the right-hand side to play through the north for P2.
Yeah, once again, Chances is going an absolute tear. That's 5 in a row. He's about to hit a 40 bomb so far. That's keeping the control and the time going their way as ICC will look to try and get the break in now for P2 and potentially finish it right here, right now if they can. Coming through that mid cut, that's going to be a good kill, but back and forward to trades go. Reap can't survive that one. That's going to be 2 dead. And all of a sudden, the Dallas Trailblazers, they just have to compete for the time as much as possible because everything is taken away from them. 10 more seconds remaining on this hard point, and Chance makes it 10 in a row. Is he going for the 50 before the time is out? 6 more kills, but only 8 more seconds required here on the hard point.
Dude, give Schlepp the credit. He hit on those first 2 gunfights to keep them alive on P2, then comes back with a nade and a double for himself, gets a triple on the break back in. Now it's the Hellstorm over the top, 24 seconds. Need to play your life perfectly, but do they get the read on Slump coming from a flank? They need to be able to survive the Hellstorm, but they can't through the long side of the map. Slump up through middle map, gets the 1v1. Now it's all down to Dan, but it's a trophy that takes down the final player. Rylan now has to sit in the corner. They touch here for just a moment with 7 seconds left, though. Now they need to push through, not only get over to P3, but they can't let anybody touch. And Vapor just slips in the back line over through the solar panels. It is able to close out map 1. So many things had to go right there for Dallas. And unfortunately, they were just playing from the deficit. ICC had the winner's advantage, the leader's advantage at that point. They'll take map 1 here in the first round of the CCL Playoffs.
Yeah, wow, what a map it was. It was back and forward for pretty much 2 full rotations. The third rotation started to slowly get away from the Trailblazers, but what a start we had, and that was even with a disconnect and such like as well. We came back all guns blazing, but Chance with a 48 kills, a streak of 10, a 4,700 damage, and even still managed to accumulate 52 seconds on that time. Man, it was doing everything around the map, finding all the early kills in the rotations. And you know what? I mean, fair play to him. That's a great way to start your day.
And shout out to Chance, man. 48, 35, almost 5k damage. Yeah, you'll take that in a game 1 every day of the week. Specifically, we talk about having to deal with a disconnect halfway through, and the Vapor comes back, goes on an H3 there to really get that game kind of kicked back in their favor. UNT Dallas, they, on top of that 43, were able to hold down P4 for about a full 60. That got them to about a tie game. They were the first out on rotation to P5, but then ICC broke back. And really after that point, when we got to that second rotation, we kind of kept going through the motions of everything. We saw them kind of just keep that spread a little bit further between them and UNT to where it wasn't ever something that was necessarily in question. There were moments where we saw the Trailblazers kind of bring it back a little bit, some great breaks that they were able to have. Schlepp going massive at the end of the game to try and keep them alive on P2. But again, it just comes down to ICC kind of having not only the map spread over by P3 on that rotation towards the end of the game, but being able to send maybe 1 or 2 bodies either from middle map or back on P2 to play for 1 to 2 seconds of time if they needed to close out the game there, because they had different options that they could go with, and they had those spawns there, so it wasn't going to be something where they're like, yo, if we push 2 here, we're going to spawn out. No. And they were pretty much safe and secure. It was all in the Trailblazers to kind of make that desperation push. Fortunately for the Trailblazers, it doesn't work out though, and the Pirates are able to steal away map 1. That was at least the conversation coming into this, was how good were the Trailblazers going to match up against this ICC roster. And at least for map 1 there, it seemed pretty fair, all things considered, when you look again on paper the records between these teams throughout their regular season. I think the Trailblazers, a couple things go their way. Maybe one of the breaks on P3 that they tried to go for, they come out on top of the trades there, specifically on the second set of rotations where ICC were able to just swarm through the top window and get full control of that, or maybe they don't get fully broken on that P4 hit on the back end. There's just a few moments there that you really can sit there and say, well, the Trailblazers had moments to get 20-30 seconds of time towards the back end of a hard point. So lots to be happy about if you're a Trailblazers fan, but again, Pirates come out on top of map 1.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like the Trailblazers, they were just unfortunate as well. The fact that most of them went negative, pretty much every single team player in the team went negative. Who did manage to get himself a Hellstorm, but Pirates, they accumulated about 3 different Hellstorms and used them where required there, just to make sure that break was there early, get a couple of good kills from it as well, because Chance found a couple of good ones and broke it open, and I managed to give them like 10 to 20 seconds on that hill, which inevitably became the difference of overall a 60-second margin, and that was basically in the last second, like the end of the P2 rotations, the second set, and into the early stages of the first set rotations. That's just where that gap started to accumulate here, and just started to run away with things here, the Pirates. But going into Search and Destroy, we're going to slow things down a little bit here. We're going back to, well, we're going to Den, and yeah, I mean, anything can go when it comes to Search and Destroy. It's normally the outlier here, because Search and Destroy can win you championships, but you can also lose you championships. So at this point in time, you don't want to go 2-0 down in a series. So this is the answer back that you want to get on the board here if you can, if you're Dallas Trailblazers.
I mean, I kind of give a spotlight to Chance real quick. I know we kind of did throughout the entirety of map 1, and even in our post breakdown there of map 1, but I think going into an S&D, you kind of play off contingencies of players who are going to be able to get you 1 on a bomb site. Den is one of those maps where you have the ability to kind of hit any of the 3 lanes to get to a bomb site. It's one of those maps where you kind of have the luxury to kind of pick and choose where you want to go, opposed to a map like Scar or some of the other maps where you only have like 1 bomb site that you can kind of push out that's favorable for you. The other ones are just kind of like really difficult to get it down. So when we talk about Den, obviously that B site usually is a bit more favored, but the A site can really work in your favor too. I just think I look to Chance as the player that I want to see kind of take that initiative, specifically on that B bomb site when ICC's on offense, because either A, he's going to be able to run up with that NPC and get you 1 instead of 10. Maybe he plays over towards the bomb. Maybe he makes a route up through middle map with an AR looking over the top, but I just want to see him continue to get active, activate the rest of his teammates, whether it be the ARs to have to then be able to hold over the top while the other team is worried about the sub pushing up. Maybe it's a rotation back from a position that they were trying to get to. If he can make the defense or even the offense of the Dallas roster uncomfortable that should lead them to more engagements throughout the map and more first bloods, more trade opportunities, all alike. So that's what I want to see from Chance. Be the difference maker, be the first one in, find yourself some important kills.
Yep. And important kills, as it is always, first bloods could be a big, massive game changer in the terms of search and destroy, but in mid-map, it's going to be chances. Like you said, the man of the hour is going to be the one to try and look his way in. Going to be smoke out on that zone, knowing he's going to come sliding in for that first kill, and it is going to be a chance. It opens up with first blood.
Slap on the rack back. You'll see ICC kind of holding themselves with 2 over by B. You got a player making a long flank route all the way back, but it's good man Dan who's able to find Slump. So now this puts ICC in a really precarious position. Dallas inside of Dojo. Slump doesn't get the read on one, but he gets the shots on the first one. Second gunfight goes the way of Goodman Dan once again. So now it's a 1v2 down to Rilo. Right side corner, gonna check out the player inside of Tin. Knows that both bodies are here over on this B site. The player back by Dojo's gonna get ripped. 32 HP and now a full wrap over towards A. Love this play from the side of Dallas.
Yeah, let's see what Rilo can do here though in a 1v2 on this defensive side. A site fully certain down here for the plant. And now Rilo's going to try and do it with time against him. He's got the spot as well and doesn't get the shots, but he goes for the reload. Spots the second player as well, so he knows exactly where they are.
You give him maybe just another look at that. Potentially that gunfight goes that way, but you feel like that round really comes down to being able to rip that first player over by the tree. That is such a difficult gunfight to go ahead and take. Full lay down, lots of cover to work with as you're trying to dip away. Hell, even inside the respawn, that's one of the gunfights that you really just don't want to be taking in the backline. You're going to wait and just try to hold the spawns out there. So, all things good, at least in the beginning here for Dallas. As we see them find a little bit of life early on here inside of the search and destroy.
That's what they need. They needed to bounce back after losing map number 1. Start off strong. They did lose the first blood, but it didn't matter in the end. They didn't lose the round. So when you're attacking round now, start off with a defensive round. You get scalped in the face here from Schlepp, but it's going to be first blood going away.
Oh no,
Rilo.
Okay. I was going to say, Ebony made the entire wrap, and now he's going to be able to get the bomb planter for free. So the bomb doesn't go down. You have now fully stopped the plant from coming through. You have all the information on the world. And I just think that may have been too aggressive of a gunfight from Chance there to try and get inside of 10. You have 2 bodies here on the site. You know that they have to force their hand to get the bomb down. But Amity is just going to keep continuing for the rest of the round. And why not give him the final kill as well? Actually, I think that might have went to his teammate. But regardless, not only does he get the first flank on the player inside of top, Broken gets the good timing to go his way. But then he is able to hop up inside of P1. Find the P3 planter on the bomb. Continue that flank all the way through. I don't know if maybe the call from ICC was he's going to be wrapping all the way through spawn. And that was going to be where they were just trying to like double play it up from Dojo.
Potentially.
I just don't know why they didn't have anybody looking at their back there. I feel like that's just kind of like wasted potential.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they could have found an option that way around, but that is ICC Pirates starting off with 2 first bloods and losing both rounds so far as well. That's not the stat that you normally see here. This time round, though, it is going to be the Dallas to get the first blood. And now, slumped down, even though he's got to work in that defense with only 3. Man. But there's the trade come in, but it's instantly answered back, and Dallas, they have got their things sorted out here as they got a 3v2 opportunity. Now a chance to make this a 3v1 inside. Oh, there we go, it does. It is a 3v1 and it's all down to Vapor.
Oh. I thought with the knife there, surely that gunfight was going to go his way. And instead, he just gets ripped at close range by an NPC. So now you look down to Vapor.
Godly.
On the right-hand side, and he's got nothing for it. Not even going to be able to get the first blood there on anybody from Dallas. So after 3 rounds, this search and destroy very handedly has been fully controlled by one man and one man alone. That's been Good Man Dan. Well, I guess you could put Amity in conversation as well, but...
Oh, is it Good Man Dan, or is this just one of these CoD-caster glitches?
That might be Amity at the same time. But Good Man Dan has been frying. I've called his name a couple times. He has been a nice rock. Yeah, it's Amity. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, this is the joys. The joys. Both teams you never could tell on that kill feed anymore. But there we go. We are 3-0 up, and you're Dallas. You are leading the way here, and 8 in a row from Amity is a solid start. You've got Hellstorm already in a search and destroy after 3 rounds. You're in a position here to hold your own in this defense as well, and he is absolutely lasering, but it will be Reap that gets that first blood. Going away at Dallas again, finally, and potentially looking for an opportunity to make it 4-0, but will be slumped that at least gets one back in that trade to make it a 3v3.
Slow peek on the outside of Dojo. You know that one's going to be pushing in, and that's great reads all around there from the Trailblazers, being able to hold things smooth at the front end of the B site. So now it's a full wrap back out on defense. Over to A. Trying to wrap the map out, maybe try to make a full wrap flank around it. I think that's exactly what the play is going to be. But at the same time, it's the bomb being carried by Vapor and Rilo. They're going to be making a double wrap all the way through Dojo, maybe trying to work this onto A. So I think if you get the challenge up here through middle, you don't see anybody on the bomb. This might be full cause for them to wrap back over to A, and it surely will be. So now they go through middle map. Rilo's going to have a gunfight on the back here unless they both double up through computers into server. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Vapor gets information, now slides for the challenge. Rilo in the back line as Slum falls. Now all of a sudden his teammate's gone, and the two players inside of computers will be able to fully clear out the round. It was just Rap City all across the board. But it's decided Dallas to put the bow on the round.
They're just looking absolutely flawless here in this search and destroy so far. I mean, not even first bloods are making a difference. Not going the way of the Pirates whatsoever, even if the first blood goes their way. Now 4-0 up. Dallas are looking to just barnstorm this one as quickly as they possibly can and head to game number 3. And we'll be taking it to game 4 if we get there. At least continue the way that the Dallas side have done so far. As now they look on their attacking side. They go a split here too, down towards that B site, opening it up, and it's going to be slumped up first blood. And goes to Vapor, and it'll be Schlup that falls first.
It was like the first time in a long time we've got a first blood for the Pirates. After map 1 where the gunfights were just falling in their favor for really any given opportunity, there has been nothing here in the S&D that has been any signs of beautiful. Lareep now on a flank is going to be able to spot one out inside of middle. Good shots on the chance is going to get chip damage, so you give yourselves a bit easier of a situation now in a 2 versus 3. Backline, Amity will fall 1 versus 3. First time for a round win. Look for the Pirates here on Den. Shots good from Lareep. First gunfight doesn't go his way, and he's going to be a bait and switch double, now pushing back. 59 HP will survive and push into Dojo, and he's got an entire pack of hounds going on for the chase. He'll slide to the left-hand side, stay alive for a moment, but yeah, there's nothing you're really going to be able to do there on a pack of hungry hogs.
Unless they all just line up together and challenge at the same position in the same time, and he's just lasering him down. But unfortunately with the NPC, even at that distance, that's not going to be the case here, and he gets shut down eventually. And finally, Pirates notch one on the board. Scenario is just tough
you get one
to answer with.
So it's like, hey, we got one, awesome, that's your starting point, and now you got to do that 5 more times.
Yep.
Or UNT can do it twice. Obviously that's the name of the game, but from what we've seen so far, it doesn't really seem like it's something that is feeling too possible at the moment, but only time will tell on what adjustments here the Pirates will make. Chance the bomb in hand is sprinting directly inside of computers. That might have been a good play, all things considered. He just didn't have a teammate there quick enough for a trade. You think the NPC is going to be able to win the gunfight there against an AR, but unfortunately you lose another life early on. So first blood to Dallas, full life advantage, and the spawn is just completely wrapped out. They've got a lot of pressure throughout the map right now.
Yeah, lots of pressure, and Good Man Dan's already on the A side watching. B's fully covered as well, and even if you come through the back here, through the lab side, you've got to watch there from pillars. It's going to be a very difficult task to make it in. He gives away his position as well. Rilo goes for the challenge there. Unfortunately, ICC, they're all getting gunned down. It's all down to Slump, 1v3, but that's not going to happen. And all of a sudden, it is match point for the Dallas side as they're 5-1 up, looking to take full control of this and take it to game 3, tie game.
Look at the round there, wasn't bad. Like, I genuinely do like the kind of mid-map pressure that ICC threw at the beginning, trying to get chance aggressive inside the bottom of computers. Nobody's really had anything kind of going for them, so just trying to get a little momentum, get something to kind of be inspired for the rest of the map would have been great on the back end of a round win. Unfortunately, again, just didn't have a teammate there, so now you're back to the defense. You go a 2-1-1 split. Actually, it looks like it's going to be a 2-2 split instead. But everybody is fully over on the A site. It was a gamble stack up through middle and the top side of B, and everybody from Trailblazers now pushing their way forward. Dallas will be able to spot one out backside of P4.
Here comes that Hellstorm.
Find one. Yeah, they're just going to keep everybody inside. This should be a bomb plan.
Should be a free one. Yeah.
Why? Is that not going down?
They're just waiting their time, thinking maybe they're all going to jump indoors inside here as well for that opportunity. But as it stands, Good Man Dan's first to go down. All of a sudden, Pirates have got themselves a ship that's sailing potentially to another round. Round 2 already, even after losing chance early. Reap's trying to stay alive here as he gets to back towards his teammate Army. They wrap fully round their own spawn, now heading towards that B site. Their time is ticking against them, so surely, if you're the Pirates, you know they're going to have to be over to the other side, and they've watched it from mid-map. Slump now comes to the challenge. Surely knows all the information. They're wrapping around from both sides. Chance for the pinch from Dojo and from security side. Oh, but these gunfight wins now.
Oh, Reap spots one, tries to go for the wall bang. It's a really awkward gunfight there for the front, but he's able to survive. Good Man Dan on the opposite end is able to find one, but Slump there for a trade. Now to turn back around from Reap. Wow. No way. 1v1, right side corner. Rilo on the drop down. I thought for a moment he takes it.
I thought he was
but
a way to take it.
For a moment in life, the Pirates will once again continue to stay alive here in the Search and Destroy. And I have to just say it real quick. If we're going to invest the streak there, we're going to push everybody inside, and we're going to have full information on where people are pushing. For the love of God, in a 3v4, just get the bomb down.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if nobody's going to challenge you once they're already indoors, and somehow they just didn't get that time to get that bomb down, it would have been even more of a chance to win it there and then. But unfortunately, we'll go to another round. But you've got Royal, who's starting to heat up now. 3 in a row from them. Can they keep their streak alive, and can they build towards getting the Pirates back into this game? Still a long way to go. Has to be perfect fully from here on out as they force their way through B.
Not looking chance once again, just getting really aggressive inside of Dojo, wants to get one and somehow gets away for it. It was spooky there because he was the one with the bomb in hand. So you never really want to see your bomb carrier kind of going out on an island, but instead of getting this one down, they're just going to try and force us all the way through Dojo. They got 4 bodies now looking to push their way through. First gunfight goes to Good Man Dan. He's able to find a second forward as well. So this gives the look to Amity now for a 1 versus 2, a much better chance for himself.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brave child, but he stood his ground and found 2, and he's got information here as well, but timing not against him. Wow, that was a crazy round, to be fair. I thought it was going to be done in one there, but once again, Dallas, they are just not managing to find that inevitable winning round that they need to take this map here. So far, it's going to be Trailblazers having to still try and find that round. It's just elusively getting away from them.
Well, these are the gunfights the Pirates have wanted throughout the entirety of the Search and Destroy. And they're finally being able to take them. Chance being able to push up into Dojo, get aggressive, find that first blood. And the fact that he's able to get out not only with his life, but his teammate was able to then push in behind him, kind of bait and switch out another kill that goes their way. All great stuff here. And these closing rounds of the Search and Destroy. Slump able to open up with yet another blood here, so the Pirates starting to really get themselves working on this dead map too. Inside a middle map, you get the good trade on the Reap there from Good Man Dan, so all of a sudden now things start to flip around just a bit more. Even on the map spread, Good Man Dan trying to back his life off, push all the way through, 3 versus 2, ICC on top.
Once again there, an Ado comes in and takes out one, back and forward. It's a 1v1 again here. For the chance to stay in this map here for the Pirates. And they do. They're staying alive. It is 5-4. We're getting closer and closer to being around 11 when it looked like it was almost sorted out. 5-1 you were up, and now it's 5-4. Starting to get more and more favor towards this Pirate side.
Dog, I got no idea how Slump stayed alive there. On the back end of Dojo, when he was sliding over to 10, I was like, oh, surely he's dead here. He just got caught in the worst timing possible with the heady over by tower being so strong. But he survived. Had to have been super, super weak. Gets into 10. Is able to fully reheal. No stun check to be able to check that damage refrag. Was able to slide back out and win the 1v1. So now 2 rounds away. All of a sudden, this is starting to feel a lot different than it did for those first 5 rounds of the S&D where the Trailblazers were rolling. Chance inside of 10 looking to push his way forward as the MPC in. Smoke going to be pushed all the way over by Dojo. This allows him to get even further pushed up the map, but there's a long flank coming around, and you only have 1 player watching it right now. It's all down to Rilo trying to find this all the way through the spawn and isn't able to get it. Good Man Dan, first blood.
Yep, that's it. Perfect start. Get a chance to go in it. Find 2. All of a sudden, Pressure on the Pirates. Now it's all down a slump. He's found one at least, but it's a 1v2 and he's not a 1v none. All of a sudden, it is finally dealt with as the Dallas Trailblazers will take that 6th round and take it 6-4. Search and destroy, going their way. It is all tied up in this series here, Karn. We are looking like a series is on our hands here. We're guaranteed 4 maps. We'll be going back to exposure next up, but it's black card after that, guaranteed. But what almost a fantastic comeback from the Pirates, just maybe a little bit too far behind to start them off in that, like the return to getting on form. Looking at that though, as the eliminations 4 in a row goes Dallas. You felt like nothing was stopping them at that point, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, those first 2 rounds, you can look to one thing and one thing alone and just say those first bloods were everything in trying to decide that. Not being able to get the conversions on the offense or defense in rounds 1 and 2 for the Pirates after getting the first bloods in each of those individual rounds, that's going to come back to bite them towards the end of the series, and it absolutely did. I also want to just kind of break down that final round there. That's kind of a look that ICC had gotten a lot on offense, is just being able to bang it out directly to B. When they get that smoke over by Dojo and push the defensive line back even further, you pretty much have the entire site kind of cleared out for yourself at that point. So I get the idea of watching the flank there, and that wasn't a bad play whatsoever. It was just more so the timing that didn't go their way. And when they kind of had everybody push back and they knew they had the site to themselves, that's where that bomb has to go down. And you have to be able to fully commit and stick it in that situation before that flank can really fully develop. And the problem was that they just took too long to get the bomb down before they were able to really reposition themselves, and that allowed the Trailblazers to just fully collapse on the site on B and kind of just win the trade battle out from there. So once that flanking player went down, before he even gets cut off, when you have that site out, that bomb needs to already be down.
Yeah, 100%. I agree completely. They should be well and truly getting that bomb down there at that point as well. But as it stands here, currently tied up in this series in what is winners round number 1 here in this regionals playoffs. Both teams still, even at the first one from the get-go, it was a very close battle. This one was it eventually became a close battle when it looked like Dallas were running away with things. It was starting to be Pirates banging things out and just going really quick to the gunny, and that's exactly what they relied on in map number 1. But going back to Respawn, I kind of still feel that I favour the Pirate side in terms of the overall gun skill and the amount of kills that they're able to find on that map, which could be the opening for the overlaid. But if Dallas now got themselves back into that series here, get themselves a win in the bag, get themselves an opportunity now to come out all guns blazing once again here now that they're warm and into the series. Because they did start off alright, it wasn't the massive in terms of like the amount of kills they were getting on that map in Hardpoint. But Overload, it's just about where you get these kills, right? It's not about how many you get, it's just where you're getting these kills at the right opportune moments, and that's exactly what you can have to do in Search and Destroy as well. So going from that mode into Overload, it might favour the Dallas side a little bit more than their hardpoint was in the first place.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to like label this map as like a surefire win for either team or maybe like a favor, because I think for all intents and purposes in the series, both teams have been very close to one another in a lot of regards, specifically when it comes to kind of the situations where it comes to team fights, right? And that's what Overload is going to consist a lot of. Not only is it going to be those team fights, it's going to be making sure that lead blocker can get out and kind of cause a problem. We saw on the hard point what Chance was able to do for that. We saw in the Search and Destroy, however, that Goodman Dan and Amity were both able to fully suffice on their own with 1v1 gunfights and being able to just survive in the back line, be able to push a spawn out, be able to push a lane out, and be able to come out on top of that. So in the Overload, you have multiple players from either side of these two teams that can do the dirty work of being able to push that line forward and be that lead blocker. If you don't have that lead block though, and something goes awry and that first gunfight doesn't go somebody's way, and then it comes down to the team fights on top of that, yes, on exposure in map 1, we did see the Pirates be able to commit to a lot of breaks on the hard point, but this is going to be something that is more so like, hey, we have the calculated spawns. Who's going to be able to play the better game of knowing exactly where the opponent is at every, like, you don't have to, like, again, hardpoint, you have to watch your flanks, you have to watch your lanes, you have to watch everything for a chaotic spawn out. Here inside of Overload, everything should just realistically be kept in front of you. It's all going to come down to who's the better team at keeping everything in front of them and not allowing somebody to slip through the back line. I think ICC, one of their strong suits in that first hardpoint, even in the Search and Destroy there, was getting into the back line and causing a problem behind everybody. So if the Trailblazers can stay on top of that and then they can commit to their own flanks and then really start to upset ICC on the opposite end, yeah, it gives them a really good chance. But I mean, that could be said for both teams. So that's why I'm kind of like still a toss-up of who is going to be able to be the stronger team in the map 3. If we're just going based off of just respawn alone, yes, you're going to give this in a favorable look to ICC, but I don't think that's really the case of the story.
Yeah, just keep an eye on Chance on he's getting lost opportunities around the back of the map here. So like you said, that's a crucial thing in Overlord. You can't let people get in from behind. As soon as they start setting up in your spawn and you get a couple dead, all of a sudden you're just trying to find that one player back behind you who's eventually just gunning you down, and that's where it gives you the map space that you need to get that Overload and put the EMP in for that score, which is obviously the biggest part of this whole Overload, is making sure you can get the kills at that moment where you push everybody out into their spawn, get them in that trap, and find the chance to potentially run one back and forward, especially when you wait your time long enough. If you get the kills at the right point in time, you could potentially get one after the other because you've waited the time to put that EMP in and you're already set up for the next one, or going straight back at it, which could get away from you very, very quickly here in Overload, especially on exposure.
Yep, absolutely. Look, I know we're fluffing right now, and I know you probably just don't want to hear the breakdown because you probably know everything about Overload already, and you probably have done some dissection for yourself. So look, we're just talking to talk right now. We're getting the map set up in the background for map 3 here. And it looks like we might be jumping into it underway. Fantastic map fly through. That's what we love to see. Thank you, Prod God Robert. We love you so much. But yeah, one series into a map 3. Look, there's at this point in the season, there's really not much left to break down for Overload when it comes to how these two teams have played. We saw map 1, we saw map 2. We have a good feeling, we have an understanding of how these teams are going to play up against one another. Really, it's just going to come down to who stays on top of the fundies, right? You know, it's the big fluff word that everybody loves to use, the overgeneralization of the map. Oh, the fundamentals, yeah. No, but realistically, it's just winning the gunfights, holding everything in front of you. That's all it comes down to. So whoever does that better should theoretically win map 3.
Guns up, all at the front, all ready to go into exposure Overload. A tied series. This could be a turning point for both of these sides, or we could just see it going back and forward all the way to game number 5. Either way, I'm all for it. I'm looking forward to whatever happens here, because these games have been very close indeed, with both sides looking on a form eventually in each of their own maps separately. So I mean, going into this one, this is the decider. They could potentially put you on the underside and the chance of losing that match straight away, because it'll be match point to one of these sides going into Overload. We kick us off.
That's fun. Schlep up top ring. First gunfight, you're gonna have to look top P3, and you have got some chip damage. And Rilo, okay. Reach out, why not? You lose your life for it. Now it's a complete 4 down. They're gonna be spawning all the way deep right, and this should be a push in through P3 to really cut off that left side of the map. You're gonna be able to spot one out to the left, so your teammate should have the information that they're going to be there. So Reap up for 1, second one out by long. Honestly, I wish that would have been a little bit quicker for the player in the back who had the overload or the payload. Yeah, Goodman Dan gets 2 for it, but you had the opportunity to really punch that one in quickly. Just send a couple more bodies there. Maybe you come out on top of the trade battle. Instead, you don't even give yourselves a shot at it.
Yeah, I know they were so well set up here with the first 4 dead quickly, but now the reset of the EMP means you've got a player pushed up into their back spawn. That's Vapor, and it's going to be Chance that's looking to try and run it, and he almost guns him down with a pistol, but the trades come back in, and it's still a chance for Vapor. He knows where he is. He's going to find the kill. He's going to slide it on in. ICC Pirates take the first score, but that's going to be top EMP now, and it's going to be positioned here for the Dallas side, unless Rilo just keeps gunning you down in your spawn.
Chance, turn around. Oh, close gunfight there. Goodman Dan, though, for it. Vapor, great way to spray transfer back over to Goodman Dan. You pick up the device, you're able to make this way forward, and now as you try to look inside the cut, there's 2 that challenge out on the back end, and everybody's cut down forces. Now it's an offensive look back on the opposite end after the Pirates were able to at least get 1 in. You look for the second challenge here, an opportunity for the Trailblazers. Needs to be a lot quicker this time, but the problem is the lead blocker loses the first gunfight.
Yeah, they're all set up there and getting slowed down there by that mid push. It's going to be a chance not to push up for ICC Pirates. The kills go way off Dallas so far, but the spawns are still close enough here for Pirates to answer back quickly. EMP carrier has been gunned down and set up still on solar panel, but not able to get past green. Oh, and get yourself a position. Now your EMP's down. Can forward trades go? It's not really working for Dallas so far. Going down this B site.
Through middle, the play here is to P3. Maybe wrap it out to dirt, but the problem is your chances surviving up in top P3. You've got the chase on it. Semtex is going to force him all the way out the window, and that's going to be information to call out to the rest of the team to say, hey, Everybody's up through middle map. Now it's just all about the collapse on it. Good man Dan out by P5, surviving his life right now. Jump challenge up onto one in the corner. Good checks out. He's going to be able to be so close to getting one for the first lead block, and now you're going to have to wrap this a little bit further back. You got to wait for those reinforcements to get across the map, and ICC very keen to this. They don't want to push too far out. They don't want to give a look to the opposite team as they're on an offensive push, but they're going to knock down Schlepp first, and this is going to be a full rotation to the spawn side. They need to be careful because this could be very dangerous should the gunfights go Pirates' way.
I mean, you've got Slump coming around from behind, but Free Dead in the feed going forward, so they're getting a chance to get some good map control here, and it's going to be Roop. He's already on the A zone, and that kill could go their way. There's a chance to answer back, and they do get one. Detonation done, Free Dead in the feed, but that's going to be control still down this bottom side. That's all 4 dead for Pirates, and all of a sudden there's a chance to quickly run through mid-map, get that EMP, and relay this quickly. If we can gun down the players in mid, Vapor trying to stop it, but not able to do so, and it looks like it could be a second answer one, and it is going to be Good Man Dan sliding back in for score number 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a phenomenal relay opportunity there. Getting everybody to spawn north side, you win the gunfights there. And dude, it's just so unfortunate for the Pirates too, because that was a crazy flank that Slump had. If he was there just a second faster, he probably finds 1, if not 2, and even the payload throughout middle map, and then slows down that push even further. But this is just allowing them to be able to have relay opportunity after relay opportunity. Back down to the south side of the map. The Reap was able to find one. They go 3 for 1 on it, and now can push their way directly forward. They have to go directly through across the Vapor. He's able to track well for the first one, but unfortunately the last few shots don't connect. He finds 3 and they clear the spawn out, but the Trailblazers are able to score the 3rd goal unanswered on the Pirates, and now this map is completely flipped around in the way of Dallas.
Yeah, and even with the Free Dead in the feed, they're all spawning on that base side anyway, so they're quickly up towards that EMP to the second spawn site, and all of a sudden they've got the kills going their way again. They have map control. Everybody's spawning down towards that A site. They're going to be able to clear up through P3. Kills going the way of Rape. That's 2. That's going to be another chance to get the 4th. It's going to be done. It's going to be 4-1 going into that second half. What a play here from Dallas. They're looking on fine form here in Overload.
Lareep, my goodness. Hot and bothered here on a Friday night. There's just something about 3 pieces that gets you going. Able to find one out in the middle, recognizes the teammates are there, gets up top P3. We'll see it one more time. Shot's good there, right side. Why not give him number 4 instead of the kill cam as well? Basically wipes the entire team by himself. Teammates are there. Sure, he gets traded by his Semtex, but who the hell cares? 4-1 for the Trailblazers. Up here inside of map 3. After the hard point of map 1 felt almost heartbreaking for them at times, just with some of the plays that could have gone their way for them to really come out on top of that map 1. That search and destroy lit the fire underneath them. Here in the Overload, they are continuing to burn, baby, burn. It might be a fire season. We might be in a drought watch here in Florida, but I'm not sure what it's like out in Dallas. I don't think they're getting much rain right now.
Yeah, well, I could say it's the opposite from my side of the pond here, but you get a lot of that and a lot of water, wherever you need it. But you know what they're needed here to go on a wee kill spree of their own here, as Pirates need to try and find an opening and try and get there quickly so they can try and answer these ones back. But they're on that favoured side. I feel like this is the better side to be on anyway, and that's what Dallas has managed to get control of it so far. But holding their defensive strong here, but that's going to be kills in the back here for at least 2, but not enough to get the 3rd one. And all about the wraparound here from Rilo. Does he get spotted? No, he doesn't. As the kill is done, there's the EMP drop. That's a chance to get one back, and Pirates should answer one in here, and he's going to get the chance to relay this as well, because that'll be coming top side. They're waiting their time, as you can see. They're already waiting for kills, but they don't get the kills that they need, and they actually lost the EMP carriage. So they don't get the. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Dude, the play there was hold the spawn there, hold the ball there, and then be able to immediately, they go back the other way. Like this is ridiculous. But like the whole play there was sit in the corner, play for the relay because they knew where it was going to be spawning. They wanted to win the kills to then try to get that bomb back in for the EMP upload. Instead, everybody just rushes forward. You don't even watch yourself in the spawn. And that is not even a guarantee that you're going to be able to make that play happen. So this is just so difficult for themselves. And over at B, it's another cap that comes through. Oh my god.
No, they're all set up bottom of the map as well here. There's Free Dead. There's another chance. This is going to be an absolute tear here. On this unfavourable side, I'd say so, but there you go. Quickly answer. Oh, the EMP shut down at least for 1, but trades in. Chance to get this back in. It's going to be 7-1. It's 1 more away from tying up map 3, and there's still 3 minutes left on this client time.
I mean, at this point, you just chalk it up. You're the Pirates. You're down 7-1 right now. After that first play in the round, where you had an opportunity to score and then maybe relay it from the north side of the map because the ball was spawning there, and then yeah, you give yourselves a look at this game. But now it's 7-1. If you come back and do something crazy, I mean, go ahead for it. That'd be fun. But it's not looking right now like that is going to be in any sort of circumstances something that works out in their favor. If you have a chance to score it, you score it.
It's what we'd call the Brazilians in soccer, so we say it's the Brazil so far. But will it stay that way? I don't think so. I feel like no matter what, with 2 minutes on the clock, the way the Trailblazers are running the map, they're running the muck. There's 3 dead, there's 4 dead, there's only 1 more player to deal with now in the back that's just spawned. That's Vapor, and that's it done. 8-1 the score. Dallas have just ran it. Wow. That's it. There's like no words for that. Like, I feel like when you had the opportunity to get a score,
like that's my question. Like, what are we doing? Like, genuinely, what are we doing? Like, that might be the that dude. That might be worse than like the. Okay, maybe not necessarily as worse, but like that just gives me like flashbacks of like go B, the B point, get on the point. From Octane way back in MW3. That's the like that just gave me flashbacks to that, because like what are, again, like I said, I know what the intention behind that was, and the intention was good, but just commit to it at that point. Like just go.
Just be like, right, okay,
not only are you wasting time on the clock,
put it in.
Yeah, like it's not like we're playing the overload settings where it's like, okay, well, when you pick up the bomb, we only have 2 minutes on the clock and you're completely stalling the clock out waiting for time. You had 5 minutes, and that clock was draining, and it was coming down. You don't have the luxury with a 5-1 deficit of being able to sit there and say, oh yeah, I'm just gonna wait here in the corner and wait for my teammates to get that route. You don't have the luxury right there. You can smoke the whole map. You gotta put that in.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see we're 26 and 15, almost double positive. Here he goes, and yeah, I mean, this is just, I don't know, it's just a miscommunication from Pirates, whatever it was, but Dallas, they knew what they were doing. They've sorted things out. They got 2 maps back to back now. I know they have match point on their hands here, going into another race one back straight off the back of an overload. I mean, you'd be feeling yourself now if you're the Trailblazers, because after that performance, Pirates might have had a little bit of a wee disconnect from their own brains at this point in time. So can they switch it back on? Can they turn it back up like they did in game number 1? Or is this the end of the ICC Pirates winners run and they have to be dropped down? We'll wait and see, but we'll take a short break here and we will be heading back into action for Blackheart Hardpoint.
welcome back. The ICC Pirates in a, I'm not exactly sure what to call that display of a map 3 overload was. Unfortunately, now find themselves at an 0-2 deficit after winning map 1 against this Trailblazers roster who has looked quite nice in the 2-3 combo. Now, of course, we know the Neslo of a series, so that 2-3 isn't necessarily indicative of what we will see in a map 4, specifically with how the Pirates were able to play inside of map 1, but momentum surely is riding on the Trailblazer side right now. Dallas is rolling, and the Pirates now have to come back from a 2-1 lead, be able to not only tie the series up, but then take a dastardly game 5, where unfortunately it didn't look that great in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, they were definitely a slow start in that Search and Destroy, so if it does go to the raid Search and Destroy for Dallas, I feel like they've got the upper hand going into it, but either way, back off of it, a very strong performance in that overload. Dallas can just end it right here, right now, if they can keep the gunny up as they were in that overload. I mean, it's going to be a difficult task for Pirates to answer back with, because, yeah, slow starter in that overload, just didn't have it switched on. I don't know where the brains were, but they weren't in overload, they were in something else and rotating elsewhere. Probably not in the right moment in time, but Hardpoint now, they need to start switching on again as they did in Exposure. Hardpoint, is this Blackheart blow map going to favour them? We'll just have to wait and see as we get into that game soon enough. Corn, I mean, they were gunning in map 1, but they slowly came off of the gas pedal.
Yeah, just a bit. But I will say, ICC, again, there hasn't, and this is so weird to say, especially when you see the 8-1 scoreline there.
Yeah.
Inside of the overload, like for the first half, yes, like there were a few moments where the Trailblazer just got hot. They were able to rally. They found that south side of the map over by dirt, which at times can be a really difficult site to be able to commit on, but they were able to just get the kill after kill after kill. So that was not necessarily a problem. That was just kind of being on like what is more of a favor side on Exposure than anything else, which is fine. The second half is where obviously we saw the struggle start to happen, but again, I don't think the scoreline would have been that bad if they would have been able to get that first score in that second half. I think after the play kind of fell apart and they weren't able to get that payload into the point, then it was just kind of like a rally effort from ICC after, or excuse me, from Dallas after that, and I think it was kind of just like one of those things where it was like, damn, the vibe is just kind of chalked in the team comms. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to put a representation on that of an 8-1 that felt really like an 8-1. It just kind of felt like after that first play in the second half didn't go their way, it was just kind of like, I don't want to say they stopped trying, but you could definitely tell the pressure got lifted up just a bit. So back to a hard point now. This is where the Pirates really made their bread and butter inside of the series. It was Amity inside of the Search and Destroy who was able to make most of it, but although he gets a double there to try and trade back, it's ICC who come out on top inside of P1. Now they can push up long. They can hold this player off. It's a B3 deep spawns in from the Trailblazers, but they're looking to get inside P1.
Yeah, well, this map has been GA'd, well, been taken out of the map rotation, going into our next set soon enough, but you know that there's a reason why. It's just back and forward like yo-yo. You just don't know who's going to get control of it, and there's all but a gunfight, especially middle of the map from P1, and that's what it's done. Back and forward, it's gone, but ICC, 22 seconds is a good amount of time here on P1, and you're trying to set yourself up here for P2. You're in a great condition to do it as well, with all the maps secure in that back here. Slump's getting it, but Reap tries to go on a tear of himself. Good man, Dan will find one, Schlep will get another, so that's going to be 2 dead to push their way through P1 and try and set themselves up for P2 with the pinch coming on in. Slump, can he find the kill that he needs? No, he can't. That's a great challenge, and that is a win with a chance of getting that spawns here for the Dallas Trailblazers as they do get into P2 first off.
Wow,
wow, what ya? Just lasering with that M50.
Didn't let us off the trigger. That's all he had to do, was just literally hold the right trigger down, wait for them to all funnel through the doorway. It was looking like maybe a surefire break from the Pirates to be able to funnel in the front side of P2. All of a sudden now flips back around where they are fully spawning out across the map, and everything is collapsed on top of them. So the first 27 seconds of time that went to them in P1 fully erased by Dallas here on P2. They got out, got the spawns, and now it's all down to a few of these players from the Pirates looking to make their way forward. They've got a 2-for-1 trade going their way. Can they get back inside of P2 for the back 20?
Yeah, looking like wipe out the whole time, but that nade's going to kill a teammate, and all of a sudden, somehow Dallas hold on to that hill with 11 more seconds to go. They're going to take that gap to 28 seconds and have set up spawns here for P3. They're looking to get the early lead that they want to keep pushing that going their way, because this is map point at the end of the day. So the more skills they get here, the more points they get right now, it's going to make things even more difficult here for ICC Pirates to get back in. There's even more time going their way. Schlepp's on a 5 spray as well, and he's needing somebody to stop him. Now this could be cruise missiles on its way.
they're doing more harm to themselves than good. 2 teammates on the break into P2. They had the numbers there once again and were able to do anything with it. Then all of a sudden, you look over to P3, where you had Goodman Dan and Amity just playing together in a tag team effort. Where they're backside P3 and they get the full spawns locked down. 3 through the front were able to get knocked off of it. And the Pirates have not been able to have any life inside of this game since P1. So now you look to the break once again for the back 20 seconds. Vapor gets in, has to slide back. And you look all the way to the bottom side of the screen. Look what's happening. You've got the full spawn wrap, and they might just be able to get the best timing in the world on Rilo here, who slides a crossover by Crane for the teammate for the opportunity and the trade in the back. And they're going to get the spawns off it as well.
This is unbelievable. Rilo as well gets shut down, so all of a sudden you're there for Dallas. You're going to get to the 100-point mark before ICC even get the chance to get into that hill as well. And they've got everybody dead. It's all just through mid-map they go. Rilo, he's going to wait on the rest of his teammates before he starts making a break for it, but Schlepp is there to shut him down. He did, I'm sure Schlepp just gained the Hellstorm as he does. Yes, he has, but he's also back on a free streak as well after gaining that Hellstorm in the last set. Now looking very much in control of this hardpoint.
Slump there, tried for it. They have a deep spawn block, so that allowed Reap literally just to play inside a middle map, have the playground of P1. Keep those spawns pushed all the way deep back by P3. Now they even got a split spawn parallel out by P5 for a little bit there. So the entirety of the map, once again, has been just put in front of them. All the Pirates have been able to do is just try to get scrap time every time. They've had good looks. They just shot themselves in the foot every time.
Yeah, every single time so far, but now if they can hold on to the back spawn, Goodman Dan will make sure it slumps out of the way. That's once again spawn control for the Dallas Trailblazers, but we've only got one player now left in the back. He's going to have to try and do it, but Chance makes the use of it, and they're going to get the rotation, but the spawn's still close for Dallas. Are they going to be able to spot that player in the back? That's Goodman Danny's there. They never checked it. He's still in the back. He's still trying to get the spawns. Now he can sneak up from behind. He'll use his opportunity. He'll find one, Schlepp will find the next. All of a sudden the break is in from Dallas, and they can keep getting more time on that hill.
I mean, it's a great play from Dan, but if you're the Pirates, you got to check that out, especially when you got the spawn over by double doors inside of, or like the in between P3 and P4. If you get that spawn out, you immediately have to say, hey, turn around on the back. We need to make sure we lock down and secure those spawns. Instead, they don't do it. Dan gets 2 for it. They get the full spawns in by P5 and now can just hold to the front as they've got an entire spread on that right side of the map. Nobody able to push through without a gunfight being able to be taken. 2 go down once again. The Pirates down by almost 100 points here after scoring the first 27 points of this game. P2, P3, P4, and P5, all majority of time to Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas just looking like they have got themselves locked in for the series. Looking to lock it out and finish it here. A good 100-point lead almost. And we go back towards P1. It's all about holding for everything here now for ICC Pirates as Vapor goes on a wee tear himself. He's on 3 in a row, makes that 4. Gives himself to even in that score sheet, and hopefully they can hold as much of this time as possible because Phil 60 here pulls it quite back into margin.
Oh, but Goodman Dan once again just gets the best timing in the world as he's all the way back through the backside of P4. They'll trade him out immediately, and Vapor looks for one inside of middle map. One will jump off the map and make it a bit easier for the pushback inside of P1. Schlepp here trying to play his life. Gets the hop up, spots out one. Good shots in, rips the headshot off of Rilo. Contested time is great time here for the Trailblazers. Another shot down low. Schlepp with the SMG still has the Hellstorm to use should they need it. On the P2 rotation, it is full control now for the Pirates. And I was going to say, here on the second rotation, the good news is it's most likely you probably won't have 2 teammates on a break into the hard point, and you give yourselves a chance to get out on rotation. So this might be a little bit easier, but easier said than done, of course, as those back spawns will still be in. It's going to need to be a full break here from the side of Dallas.
Yeah, Reap wins this gunfight here. This could be the game changer. He finds one, his teammate. Oh, he finds a second as well on a chance, and all of a sudden they're going to get a chance to get into that break. There's only one player in the hill, and it's all slump. Here comes the hit streak, and that's 3 dead straight off the rip. They're going to be a 50-point lead. This has been pulled back from Pirates, but they've got the break early, and they go far out there are spawning straight down yellow. They have to go through mid push where there's already Amity waiting as the challenge comes back and forward. Right, look, has to find his corners. He does do so. Fantastic, but the trades are there.
Yeah, the problem is there's too many bodies in the back, and Dallas are staying on top of the trade battle. So even though you do a great job of being able to push that out, get those rotations, it was the Streak and Reap on the back end being able to find them. They all had to funnel inside, and then you just fully cut them off across the map. That gets everybody set up in position. And now on P3, last time through was Goodman Dan and Amity who were able to double in the back here to not only grab the spawns, but get the initial P3 time. This time it's just Schlepp by himself running it down with the SMG. He's going to be able to find 2-4. And now the reinforcements here. 1v1 in the back line, but the spawn's still there by P3. This is good time for the Pirates here, still down by about 100.
Yeah, down by 100, but out of control, but that was only for a matter of seconds. There's one player still back. It's Chance, but Chance needs to win one. Then it's going to be a player spawning right behind you. That's Dan once again in the back, causing a nuisance. There's going to be still more time for Dallas, as they are only 40 seconds away from winning this hard point and winning this series here, and they're cutting them down 1 for 1. Root find another 2. Army finds the first. All down to Vapor. He's shut down. More time going the way. Could end it right here. Oh, no, we can't. We're almost there, but no, we can't. just short.
Some text in the middle map will hit. Connect with one, weaken him up as he's pushing out the doorway. Schlep will find another kill there. They're gonna have to get the rotation here to be able to go ahead and take the game away. What more could be said about this Trailblazers roster here in the respawns after map 1? It has been smooth sailing all the way on these dirty Pirates. As Relief will look back down, P4 sure will be in their possession right now, but with the way that they have been breaking thus far, I don't know how long that's going to stay that way.
Yeah, as you see, Pirates becoming cannon fodder in the end by the looks of things, with 5 more seconds needed for Dallas here to make their way in to get themselves sealed in this winners round. Not yet making their way into P4, though. That's a good hold so far for Pirates. They're holding on for dear life, but they need perfect hard point. They can't lose a set of kills. That'll be it. But Cat Dan, he falls, so he's deaf as well, and all of a sudden they're trying to get the rotation run to back. Reap finds one. Want a chance to get the wall bang, but not going to get the time here. They're just going to hold herself because they only need 5 more seconds. They don't have to push it too much. Looking for that new set over towards P5, where they're already in control of the spawns. That's the kills maybe needed now. All down to Chance. And Chance is gone by the looks of it. They all go up in vapors.
You just got to play the contest here as long as you can. You managed to do it, but through the front, there's not going to be any pressure there. One final body. Chance with the opportunity to hold him out, and he does it at least for a moment. Has to keep continuously touching. A flank comes in through middle map. Vapor is there. Has to go for the challenge and is able to find it. Last gunfight there. Won't be able to win it, and it's going to be a 2-piece for Manatee to seal the deal here in winners round 1. The Dallas Trailblazers, a team that came into this with a 6-5 record on the season, getting through the regional playoffs and into the CCL playoffs. Not a team that a lot of people had on their radar. ICC has a fit with them. They win map 1, they lose the next 3. Winners round 2, set in the direct sights of Dallas. Something that the Cowboys have never done.
I mean,
the last 10 years.
Well, yeah, fair. Almost 100-point gap there in terms of it. They started off, they had so many opportunities, but they had a 100-point gap, and it made it very difficult for anything from the Pirates to come back, no matter what they threw at it. Everything, for the most part, was throwing their own nades at their own teammates to stop their pushes, and eventually meant that they could not make the break at the time they were wanting to. In Dallas, they just take that lead and they run with it. They take 3 games in a row, and they win that series 3-1 after what was a slow starter in exposure. But you know what? They just absolutely turned it around on its head. It wasn't going to be the Neslo. They just done it in 4. Dallas Trailblazers, you continue in that winners round. You'll knock down the Pirates into that long losers bracket. It'll be a difficult task from here on out for the Pirates. And like we said, stats mean nothing before we got into the series. It just shows that 6-5 versus 8-3 does not mean nothing when it comes to knockout competition.
Like we said throughout the entire year, when you look at all the teams throughout every region, every conference has their own differences. There's stronger teams in some conferences. Allows teams to have a little bit easier time, not only throughout the conference championships, but going into the CCL playoffs. They get a better seed for themselves. And it's not to say the competition for ICC wasn't good throughout the entire year. They didn't play well. Dallas just came out in this series with something to prove. They came through the CCL playoffs inside of regionals with something to prove. And they get to this point, they go up against a very talented ICC roster, and all of a sudden things turn around. Things look really good for them. I came into this wondering, okay, UNT Dallas, really hadn't heard much of them throughout the entire year, hadn't got a chance to see them play. Very pleasantly surprised with the way that not only they were able to demonstrate their map 2 ability to bounce back after a map 1, but their overload looked fantastic. Their hardpoint looked extremely good at the same time. Not only was it people being able to push in the right spots, the team pushes that were fantastic, being able to double back with the different wraps that they had, different looks at it. It was just every single time that somebody died, there was somebody there for a trade immediately afterwards. And that is a sign of a talented, well-oiled, well-practiced Call of Duty team. I'm excited to see what this Dallas roster can do. It might be upset city in winners round 2.
Yep, there might well be indeed, but speaking of which, anyway, we're going to our game number 2 of the day. It will be Buckeye CoD versus Fisher White up next, but it's going to be yourself, Corn. You'll be joined alongside Cash. It was a pleasure once you get to cast alongside yourself, but Pirates, unfortunately, lose a run for you now. Dallas, you continue in that winner's round. See how far you can push yourself here in that regional playoffs. We'll see you after a break, and then we'll be back to game number 2. Peace.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first heard of Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule was a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like the little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough, and you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and you know, it's been the history. It was different, I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing, but I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like college COD League, like that kind of stuff, just with Wichita State. And you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some college COD, have fun with my team, and you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which is like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita, and I needed some help from people at, you know, my OSAP stuff that helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit the school very often because, you know, I am an online student. The transition was okay. I didn't have really many issues. It was just kind of figuring out all my paperwork, my FAFSA stuff, my OSAP stuff, and like I said, it wasn't too bad. Well, I mean, you gotta think, it's very, like I said earlier, it's really time consuming. Obviously, if you compete competitively, you want to have some kind of end goal, right? And a lot of people, that end goal is to play in CDL, and that's obviously what everyone wants to do. It's not as simple as just, you know, snapping my fingers and you're the league. You know, it's gonna take a long time. You have to work your way up. You have to, you know, actually learn the game. You have to get better. You have to have a lot of connections. You have to know, like, understand people, find good teammates. It's a lot to go. So, I mean, for me at least, the CCL is a really good entry point into a tier below CDL, if you could say so. So it's a really good entry to where you can, you know, meet some new friends, meet some new people, some new friends. CCL is actually really important for, I mean, Call of Duty in general. There really is a big foundation of, you know, just Call of Duty, the entire challenger scene, the entire scene itself. I think CCL should be a lot more looked at than it is, and you know, I love it. I think CCL is doing a fantastic job. So. I mean, a little bit, right? Because you take some classes and you kind of learn some things from your classes, and you kind of, you put it into real life situations. And for me, my real life situations is Call of Duty, right? So I can learn a little bit easier. I can read things easier. I can understand things easier. But I definitely think there's some correlation between, you know, going to school, learning, and then translating that into COD. I mean, for me, you know, I've always been a player that enjoys LANs. I mean, I think everyone can really talk for that, right? Everyone enjoys the LAN environment, the LAN gameplay. And I know College COD, they do have like the end of the year LAN League, the playoff LAN League, or the playoff LAN, which is always a good time. It's always fun. Really, besides that, I mean, I feel that CCL's done a really good job, especially since when I've joined. They've definitely changed things up, and I think every year is progressing better. It's always a fun time. It's always a good time, and, you know, no one can really complain about that. Well, for me, it's just how friendly they've been. I mean, you know, a lot of people, and just in jobs in general, they're always like, oh yeah, we have a family environment. Wichita is literally a definition of a family environment. I feel like no matter what happens, I can talk to them about anything, and they'll always be there to help me. If I'm ever struggling in a class, or if I'm ever struggling with my own personal things, any single person on that team, and every single person in the program will be there to help me if I need it. And to me, like, that's just one of the biggest things, right? I feel like I have a family here, and I feel like I can trust everyone, and I appreciate and love everyone here. So yeah, shout out to those guys. Love them. Well, I mean, I come from obviously like the CWL era, so I might have, I guess one could say, ego. But I think the players I'm playing with, they've definitely grown from their own, you know, when we first started playing together, which maybe about a year and a half ago. And I've seen them individually progress as players, as friends, as people. And that's something that I enjoy seeing, right? I enjoy seeing the people I'm around progressing through life and just progressing as a person. And in terms of COD, I mean, hey, they got a lot better. I think I'm not the only one who talks about stuff. I'm not the only one who gives input for our team. But I think that the input that we have given to each other has helped everyone, including myself. I mean, I got my passion back. I enjoy competing again. I mean, really thanks to my team.
Dancing around, slides in, and Huncho for two. It's Ace with a sniper. Oh, what? Oh, and he puts it on a poster. 1v1, no way. Huncho. All you gotta do is hit the deck, buddy. You do not need to take this challenge. He's gonna spot him and he takes a shot. 15 seconds. Ace now with an M15. Looking to close this gap. He knows exactly where Huncho is, but the clock is not on his side. Huncho, he knows that all he's got to do is stay alive in this moment, and he goes for the challenge. Way Exotic though gets caught. 13 seconds. Geek in the 1 versus 2, and he's got a sniper out. He's got to take the chow with the pistol. Makes it a 1v1. Walks over for the beatdown. And Geeb again. You gotta be kidding me. Another clutch when the team needs it most. So you're still gonna be worried about these nades that are going to be thrown from the Fighting Scots, but got Bio in the wing, quite literally, and he's picking them apart one by one. 3 go down. Bio taking over, finds all 4 with the pistol too. Why not? And this is the Akron that we were kind of expecting here. Once you get Bio heating up, he's going to be in full takeover mode for the team, Brody.
Oh, mate, I feel like I'm playing Resident Evil 7 right now. We've got a Biohazard on the field, Akron in control of the hard point, and it is Bio on a 6 spree. C4 so starting to be a sneaky boy at 4 in a row. 2 Bio continuing on this spree.
Brookdale not that far behind as they look to get pushed through onto P3, but RIT in complete control. It's ready with 3. Now taking his turn on the 6 spree, making it 7 as they look to shut down Brookdale here, finding a new wave of form. It's now 8. Will it be 9? Of course it will. Merciless on the cards.
Their skill levels here as they look to try and seal the deal here in our first game of the evening. 10 spray goes 11 spray, looks for a 12.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a college COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the college COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team. And I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person.
Well, we have moved on to winners round 2, which I believe means at least top 24 secured for both Fisher White and Buckeye COD on the opposite side. Both of these two teams had pretty storied regular seasons. Fisher White, of course, being the team that is the sister team to the main Fisher roster that we all know and have come to expect over the course of the CCL. But of course, Buckeye COD, on the other hand, they have been a very fun team to watch throughout the course of this year. Even last year, too, if you'll remember back to that season as well. And, well, Amber, you're no stranger to rooting on those Buckeyes, huh?
Yeah, Buckeye COD, hoping they put up a performance. No bias caster here, but a little bit of OH on the desk. We'll let it rock.
All right, well, let's take a look at the head-to-head real quick between these two teams before we jump into the action. On the side of Fisher White, we'll talk them first as they come into this with the better record overall throughout the regular season. Had a bit of a rough go in the winners bracket inside of their Northeast Regional Playoffs. I believe they lost to U Buffalo. Shout out to Zenny and the boys over at U Buffalo for being able to make it into the CCL Playoffs as well. But with a 10-1 record for them, 7-3 in the hard point, and pretty much undefeated going down through S&D and Overload. This team has been very good. But there is a bit of cause for concern in this camp in a lot of ways, and I think that's been highlighted throughout some of the matches that we've seen them play throughout the regional playoffs. It's not all smooth sailing for them, and I think this Buckeye team, on the other hand, really could be something to maybe be a lookout for in terms of an upset.
I think this is one like you said, we're talking coming into this, that, yeah, this is a potential for Buckeye COD to kind of make a move and go forward. You know, you look at the records and, as you said, maybe some discrepancy on paper, but again, once you kind of get down into what we've seen of these teams, Buckeye COD do stand a very fair chance here of, yeah, what you would call an upset.
Absolutely. Well, we got ourselves our head-to-head. Let's go ahead and take a look at our map set for what we will see throughout this best-of-5 series here in winners round 2 of the CCL Playoffs. Colossus Hardpoint Map 1. I think I like the odds of the Buckeyes here inside of that Map 1. You go to the Den S&D for Map 2. Fisher, very good when it comes to Search and Destroy. And then that Scar Overload to round out our best-of-3 that we'll have at the very beginning of our best-of-5 map set, our guaranteed first 3 maps there. And then a Scar and Colossus towards the end. So we'll basically start where we finish at the very end of Map 5. If we need to go the distance. But this should be a very good series overall, Amber. I'm excited to dive into this Map 1 on Colossus.
Yeah, I am too. I'm just expecting both teams to come out the gate swinging, right? Just a lot of fast-paced play, really try to feel each other out, kind of see what pressure either team is giving or taking around the map, and really work from there. I think, especially as we've seen in this postseason, right, the team that can really get all 4 players on the same page the quickest seems to have the most success. We've seen moments where isolated plays get you big breaks on the map when you need to, but a cohesive series from an entire team at this point in the season is definitely what's going to be the best recipe for success.
Now let's talk about the team compositions that we have between both of these rosters. We start with the Fisher White roster, and we think about how they have played throughout the entire year. We look to see it is a well-rounded team, but realistically for me, I look to the ARs on this team to kind of be the most focal point of this team. Really kind of the centerpiece that allows the SMGs to get active, start attacking throughout the map. You think of Assault, you think of Temp, you think of those guys who are going to be able to either kind of play it a bit further back or play it with the rest of the team. I think with the younger guys that they have on this roster, being able to teach that veteran leadership too, it's been great to watch that throughout the year. But for right now, it looks like Temp's not going to be on here. We got Cluey in, so Hunnit and DMAC going to be pairing with Assault as well. On the side of Buckeye COD, you got Juicy, you got Enigma, you got Ferda and Lou. This team has done a lot of great things this season, looking to do it one more time here and push themselves into Saturday in the winners bracket.
Off to a break. After this for a wave of gunfights. Ohio State is going to get this initial time, shorten off this wave. You can see Florida taking the flank on the back. Maybe going to try to pinch before the team gets broken into P1, garner more time, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. So the time can test for a moment, but the cleanup comes through. You're
yeah, some techs out going to be watching those two players hopping up. Enigma's going to get the read on the player there, but DMAC and Hunter will pair for the first two gunfights on the Fisher side of things. Popping into P1, you got Lou down on the bottom side of Stone. Has a few players looking for the challenge out, and this is going to be all about getting over to P2, but a wrap that's coming back from Juicy and Enigma might be able to spoil some timing here. First gunfight doesn't go their way, but it's Tech and Will. Now they're going to be able to push this through, might be able to get the backside spawns, because Lou's all the way through. That's 4 down.
Get the good cleanup kills, and they're just doing a good job coordinating these routes for the moment, whether it was the route back through mid-map or, again, just securing spawns like you called to for P2. But I doing a great job managing the map where how they want to, manipulating spawns, and then putting themselves in positions to re-pinch the hill. It seems like that's what they want to do. Have someone out in front, have someone that's able to, based on the comms, look to pry away back into the zone and at least disrupt the initial push that Fisher White wants to have. Here it is all consolidated from the front. You open up the first kill. What else can you find?
Left side challenge. It was good shoulders from Ferda, who was able to keep himself alive back over on P2. Spawns are still going to be deep in from Buckeye Cotton across the map for Fisher. Now it's going to be all down to Juicy pushing his way out, making a route to try and get around for the yellow side spawns. This has been pretty much perfect hardpoint ever since that first opening from Fisher where it got mixing inside of P1. They're not going to fully wrap over to yellow just yet. They slowed down, but Juicy's going to be the first one here inside of green, laying in wait for these few Fisher players that are going to be wanting to push forward.
It's going to be Enigma getting eyes first, and that's just going to be the call to work through and try to find these kills. And again, you talked about those submachine gun players on the backs of the ARs opening up lanes, flying forward. We are seeing that on a 4-3 out of Juicy now for the moment, and gets eyes on a couple more players, able to call his teammate, hey, we can push a little further up, we can take up some more space. The hard point is clear. You called it masterful to the moment, at least for the first 2.5 hills now. 75-18 is going to be the lead. But that COD showing no signs of slowing down. Fisher haven't really got anything going.
Line was fully pushed back, and you look for the final player surviving inside of green. Fisher, 4 dead once again. Spawns flip back by blue. Is we're going to see those Fisher spawns and those arrows start to make their way forward. You got 2 and 4. It's going to be Hunnit and Cluey making their way on a flank route around. Now it's going to be all about reading the wrap. Cluey able to find it. Hunnit there for the trade on the AR. So it got scary for a moment with the spawns over by blue. Looked like they might have been in the blender for a short period of time. Instead, they're going to be back over by P4, ready to hold this down. 15 seconds left for scrap. Might go the way of Buckeye Cotton.
And as that's going to be the case, the rest of the team working the top side of the map. Looking to wrap around. Of course, they want these left-hand spawns. They're going to get it on the top left-hand corner. Fisher working towards mid-map. Actually, just going to consolidate to the south side. It's looking like it's going to be a 4v4 hit. Juicy's going to play, maybe wait for a mid-flank, but for the moment, all arrows pointing forward. Numbers advantage for Fisher.
Great timing on the nade that hits in the back for Cluey. Second gunfight there to Hunt. It gets traded out immediately, but they're going to be able to fully push this, and I love that play call. You called it perfectly. Everybody getting condensed right in front of P4, being able to then get those gunfights, win that first wave, get the spawns, and then fully focus back over towards P1 on the stone side. So as DMAC looks for the first challenge here, he'll pop his head up. It's a trade that comes in, but a 1v1, you're going to take that every day of the week. Now just trying to play your life as Cluey. Inside on the wrap, they're going to go 2 for 1.
And if you're a Falcons fan, you're really liking what you're seeing here. If they can walk away with 15 more seconds even, that would just be a really good feeling going into the next set of rotations. And of course, from the front, Buckeye COD do look to bully out, but you get a chunk of time back in, right? Of course, you're still down 50 points, but as long as you can maybe work a little bit of that line share time the first couple hard points of this next set of rotations, and you just chip away at it. You know, you're not really going to win it all back in one go the way Buckeye COD is playing, so you just need to work the hills the best you can, try to win the majority of time. As the slide chow comes through, Cluey chops him down, and maybe Fisher getting things going here. The slang's starting to pick up just a little bit.
Put him in dirty. Ferda doesn't get the read that it's a double hit from Stone. DMAC a 2-piece. Hunnit will pair on Fort. All 4 dead, and what seems like the first time in a long time for this Fisher squad, maybe since that first beginning break that they had over on P4. So if you look to Hunnit now over by P4, has 2 that are going to be pushing him out over towards Stone side. Shot in the back, unfortunate timing there, but it's his teammate who's able to win another gunfight up inside of P1. Chip damage made, assault there for the cleanup, and now you have to look back to yellow as the full sponsor there for Buckeye COD.
Gunfight 1, just out of spawn. Maybe try to work the south side of the map. Enigma waiting for the call. You've got pressure mid-map out of Lou. And just kind of floating around. No one quite with Dojo control. You can see Fisher starting to work that way, but the kills start to fall in tandem. That's going to be 3 down. 1 trade comes through, but you've already worked through that side of the map. You've done the hard part for the moment. Now you can just see what Ferda can find on time. See if you can slow these players down.
Animasol was able to clean up a few players that gave them at least a look inside of blue to try and hold the spawns down, but as soon as you see a few plays go the way of Fisher, it's all of a sudden 1 player, maybe 2 on Buckeye COD, making a huge hero play, and that time through. It was Enigma who was able to find 3 with a pistol now on 6 straight. Finds one sliding out of the top side of P1. 7 in a row. Looking for number 8. Wants the Hellstorm. Wants utility. A 60-point lead continuing to grow here. Back on the wrap back over to Stone. They're continuing to wave these kills forward. It pops out on your party. Guess what? He's with the gang. That was awful. I'm sorry.
And Alex, I mean, just to talk, he ends up getting the Hellstorm right. You know, what's that going to do for if Fisher looks to mount a comeback? Knowing you have the utility in the back pocket, it just feels like, you know, not that it seals the deal for this map, but it definitely gives them some room to say, okay, even if we give up a lot of time, we still have a way to slow things down and get things back in our court.
Juicy up at P1. Looks over to P4. Wanted to take the same route that Enigma did just previous. On the top side of P1, though, they're trying to wrap this all the way back around, and they absolutely will. Double spawn over on yellow side. First gunfight here. Juicy can't win it. Trade immediate. Now it comes down to Juicy to see if you can find it on the trade back. Lou inside of green knows he's going to have another gunfight here, just playing his life, waiting for the rest of the team to get there. And now over from blue, they're going to get a really close spawn. Nobody on the God Heady yet with the AR, so you can try to push this in as quickly as possible. In through green, though, you're not going to be able to win the 1v. Finally, Juicy's able to fly in. Stun check out, right-hand side, going to lay down and wait for the first player on the challenge. Slide in. First one dead. Second one on God Heady. You betcha with the pistol, why not? 4 in a row from Juicy. 200-point mark almost crossed.
And they just have a fantastic setup, everything covered for the moment. You really just have your submachine gun players roaming. Again, another consolidated push from the front for Fisher, but all that does is line you up with the irons for Buckeye CoD. They're going to wipe everyone off the board again. 100-point lead, 20 points on the board. They should get it relatively cleanly. Buckeye CoD running map 1.
There's no slowdown right now for Buckeye CoD. Going to continue to walk away with gunfight after gunfight. Back 10 seconds, you'll give that away any day of the week to secure yourselves over on P4. You've already got 3 bodies south side of the map. This is what Fisher didn't have last time. This is a full wrap over to the spawn side. Let's see what Buckeye CoD are able to do in retaliation. You got one in the back. Lou just laying down in the corner. What a cheeky spot. Great trigger discipline. Isn't going to shoot the first one just yet. Waits a half second. Then wants to challenge back out. Inside of yellow. Behind 2 different players. First one spotted out. Second one dead. Teammate help there in the final players. Now funneling in through the side door. In through the front. They'll break it back in. They'll hold on for now. 40 seconds still up for grabs on P4.
Yeah, hold on for now is about the best way you can put it. It just feels like it's inevitable whenever Buckeye CoD look to get back in. They seem to just find ways to keep Fisher on the outside looking in. Not only do you need to get, you know, the majority of this time, but the majority of this time for the rest of the game. And Fisher, sure, they're a team that are definitely no strangers to, you know, being able to pull off a feat like this. But with the depth as big as it is, and as you said, no slowing down Buckeye CoD right now, it doesn't feel like if, but when they look to put this one away.
It's all just pace right now. Fly as quickly as you can. Overwhelm Fisher White. And continue to do that for the rest of the hardpoint here in map 1. Double trade deck, 2-2 apiece. DMAC has to find that one, and he absolutely does. Second one up in P1 right now. Will be there for the initial time, and he's got players running through Stone. It's going to be further there. Cluey a trade. Ohio State now inside of the point, but it's a double push now coming in from Fisher White. They look for the first. They get another 4 down. Things starting to roll here for Fisher.
And that's like a good time. They really just need to pay attention to the south side of the map, right? Just keep pressure there. Just stay alive if you're Cluey. You don't need to do any hero play. I don't even think you have to repinch the point. Of course, you need help. A split spawn does come in, so that does change things a little bit. But you just want to control the map right now, win the gunfights you're supposed to, and go from there. But with sheer numbers, with sheer pressure, Buckeye CoD pulled you out once again. 20 seconds for the win.
Yeah, little scraps here and there aren't going to be enough. It needs to be full on holds, and with Ferda being able to disrupt players here and there, you still got the spawns that are coming in close and are allowing full time to be held by Buckeye CoD. Loop to the front. Cluey there gets a trade, but it's a kill on the DMAC. Ferda the last alive here now for Ohio State, but no time being garnered. Trade in, contestion, has to swap to the pistol, somehow wins the 1v. It's Assault who stays alive here for the moment, and it's just relentless pressure coming in from Ohio State, but the spawns are out. P2 held down by Fisher.
They need to find these kills to allow everyone to just set up the way you want to for P2. You have to be further than the point because you have to be able to thwart off this initial push. Your first player gets chopped down. You only have 1 player in the hill. The rewrap has to come quickly. You're able to get 1. How quickly can numbers get here?
Ferda double drop down. Juicy last alive, and another wave of kills go Fisher's way. They survive the trades. They allow the teammates to come off the respawn. They've got the back pretty much blocked out fully right now, and they're just trying to get inside of P1 for the pressure there. Assault with a nice nade is going to slow this push down just enough to let those reinforcements come in once again. First bit of chip damage. Jumps up around the left-hand corner. We'll find 1. Teammates there for a trade. Another 2 here on Stone. He's able once again just weaken them up enough for the teammates to get there, and it's on a double. This game's not over.
And all of a sudden, another 50-point deficit, but absolutely making runs to get back into this one. DMAC trying to find the kill, and sure, over the rainbow, able to get that one taken care of. Now through mid, you find the pinch, something Fisher hasn't really found a lot of success with the entire map. They look to try to get things going there. Now as we work towards P3, this hill has been their bread and butter for Buckeye CoD. 13 seconds to close it out. Fisher has to play this one flawlessly.
Oh, P3 so difficult to break too, but here's the opportunity. Kluey tries to find the first shots in through the tunnel. You get traded out. Green is dead. Last two to the front. Adam Assault on the deep heady of Godheady. Hunt it all comes down to you. Can you make the hero play to save the game for the rest of the team? And despite the comeback efforts from Fisher White here in map 1, Ohio State continue to roll. It got close to the end, but it was no match for the team who had leader's advantage.
As you called to, that really just comes down to how quickly they came to play. Talked about it going into this map, right? Whatever team can get off to a quick start and kind of just dictate pace is going to find success, especially on a map like Colossus. Buckeye CoD does that perfectly, and again, you expect Fisher to have that capability to make a run. They did at the end of the game, but you know, you said it there perfectly at the end. They had the leisure advantage. They had the room to work with. It was just too much to surmount for Fisher towards the tail end of things. You see it got close, but not quite close enough. The mid-game absolutely dominated by Buckeye CoD map 1.
All right, 2 and 3. The holes there you can see. That was really the difference for the Buckeyes. 103 to 42 on P2, 68 to 23 on P3. And just from the eye test that we got to see throughout both of the rotations that we went through here on Colossus, we saw multiple times. It was just really good team pressure through and through, being able to just push directly through the front. And that is what we expected out of Ohio State. That's what we kind of alluded to and talked about going into this first match here. Is the pace that Ohio State have played with throughout the year, especially with the NPC now. Like, you could play pace with the Dravic and it would still be able to net you a lot of positivity. But with the NPC, a gun that truly feels like an SMG that rewards you for being able to hit your shots and be able to get up close, not have to take those long-range gunfights, and really be able to almost have a guaranteed kill with the SMG against an AR up close. Those are the things that Ohio State are going to look to towards the end of the season and be able to really ride off the back end of. So I think that this change to the meta has very much helped Ohio State out. They were still a great team before this. But again, I just think that for whatever reason, that NPC has just unlocked a new characteristic for Enigma, for Juicy, even for Lou at times. It's just really fun to watch Ohio State kind of come into their own in a lot of ways throughout the way that this season has evolved. You call me crazy? Call me crazy. They look better than they did last year.
I don't think I can challenge that one. Out of you, they do look fantastic, especially again in this postseason run, like you said, with the meta change as well. It just seems like it's really, I mean, I can't say it better, catering to kind of how this team wants to play and their team structure. And that scoreboard, I mean, tells you a lot of different things, right? You know, the slaying pretty even throughout the entire team. The damage no lower than 3,100 from a given player. The objective kills, everyone with double digits. Just everyone was playing their part around the map, and everyone was also on the objective at times. There wasn't one person holding hill. Everyone was playing around, getting trades, filling space, and that's exactly what you want. The scoreline, you know, definitely a valiant back half P2 and P3 comeback out of Fisher. I don't think the scoreline tells the full story of that map, because I would still say from top to bottom that was all Buckeye CoD. Though Fisher tried to make the comeback happen, it just wasn't convincing up until that point.
No, I fully agree with you there. Kind of it was one of those moments where it's like, okay, well, we know we're kind of just in the driver's seat and we're just kind of scrapping points together here and there. Like, yeah, does it get a little bit closer than you might have liked? Sure. But I think Buckeye CoD were confident enough to be able to close that out. Give it credit where credit's due, though, Hunt, especially towards the end of that game. He was frying. It seemed like it was a two-piece machine towards the end of the game. Being able to lock down not only P2, play throughout the middle of the map, constantly being somebody to flank around Buckeye CoD. But I think we did see a lot of good from Fisher White towards the end of that hard point that I'm excited to see here in the Den Search and Destroy in map 2. Because a lot of that is going to kind of carry over from what we saw inside of Colossus, where it was kind of a battle of attrition, being able to just bang out the front over and over and over again, and it's really just how many times can you successfully hit fourth end through the front door to be able to break into a hard point. Den plays a little bit differently. You have to be able to watch your back. You have to be wary of those quick flanks that are going to come through from the defensive team when you're trying to push over towards B, or even on the A side. There's a lot of routes that you can take on this map. One of the best 3-lane maps that we have to date here inside of Black Ops 7. One of the best S&D maps that we have inside of our game as well. But I think for Buckeye CoD, the thing that I look to here immediately is do you continue to go to Enigma to be that first one to push that line forward? Do you pair him with Juicy over on the B site and not only just get aggressive to get on to B on the offensive side, but do you press that in through Dojo at the same time too to be able to push the full spawn out? That's what I'm kind of curious to see where their game plan lies here in the S&D.
I think no matter who the call upon is, I kind of call to a little bit on the Fisher side of not having success doing it. You call to them trying to bully out to the front of a lot of those hard points. You talk about Den needing to be one, whether it's offense or defense, having to watch the flanks, having to watch the route. We've already got a taste that Buckeye CoD wants to do that. And I think that can play to Fisher, right? Just to say, okay, we know they're taking routes a lot tonight. Let's make sure that's something on our mind. That shouldn't be something that catches him off guard, in my opinion. I mean, sure, you'll get CoD timings and whatnot, but that shouldn't be something Fisher's like, what do you mean the opening 2 rounds, we got flanked and 2-pieced? I think it's something they should be aware of going into map number 2, and that should kind of settle some nerves. But for Ohio State, like you said, what player do you call to kind of cut loose and say, all right, go make something happen?
Best part of the season is the playoffs. And the Buckeyes will get a set nade over the top that's able to find Kluey instantaneously at the beginning of the round. 5 seconds really didn't even expire off the clock before they were able to get the first. It's Ferda with the sniper on a DMAC at the same time. So immediately we see shades of what we saw inside of map 1. Buckeyes go 4-2 up early.
And just the spread they have across the map. Something that's going to be tough to retake on this bomb site, but with that map spread, you put players in isolation, so you're able to get one back, 2v3. But the retake on this bomb site, if you burn too much time, you might as well just give them the round. You really have to make moves happen, so much to clear out. It is such an uphill battle, but you get 2 going, now 2v2.
So many things you have to check, but the shoulder challenge at least evens it out at 2 apiece. Wait a second, Hunt's able to find one now. It's Juicy on a trade. 24 seconds left in the round here. Adam Assault back on the backside of P4 now looking to wrap into servers. The great timing there for Juicy, just needs to get away with his life, and he will. Tries to hop up top blue and gets away for the moment. 14 seconds left, now 13. Adam Assault still on the chase with 11 seconds left. Now it's just about him trying to sprint there as fast as humanly possible, and you get to the 7.5 second mark, and he's not able to get there in time. So Juicy does just enough to draw Adam away from the play. Assault's not able to find the kill until the time is unfortunately not there for him. They win the gunfights, but they lose the round.
A good way to respond and bounce back for how quickly you drop 2 lives off the board. But just a better heads-up play, and it's just calling to that bomb site how tricky it is. They were able to get the kills in relatively quick fashion, but it just heads-up plays. I was the player chasing, so frustrating to be like, all I need is this damn kill, and for Juicy just to be able to slip the net by enough time. Secures you the round. Big play to get one on the board early as well, as Fisher, relatively stout search and destroy team. Now offensively, we'll see what they have. A little passive to start.
They went for a 2-1-1 split. 2 to the A site with bomb in hand. 1 to middle. 1 watching the wrap all the way through B. This time Assault will make his move. Hunter looks to push forward. We'll play the backside of P4. Sit in the corner. Wait his life for just a moment. First gunfight. Looking to slide out. Are they going to check the corner here? You bet you they will. It's going to be Enigma who finds the first blood, traded by Adam. Assault. 1 versus 1 now. Back on the site. Flank not an option. 2 players up through middle here for Fisher as they go up into top blue. Once again, Adam tries to go for the kill, but he can't find it. It's Juicy who finds 2, and it's all down the hands of VMAC. As he's got 2 players within his sights, has to just try to sprint inside of what would have been a push in through computers, and instead of that being a post-plant setup that is victorious, Buckeye CoD break back.
And the flank out of Assault, I mean, almost worked out. That's one where he takes that gunfight. You feel like they take the round. But Juicy gets a 2-piece. And Buckeye CoD doing a great job just playing in trades. They played with numbers on the site. You saw in their defensive setup, they were split here offensively. Or, excuse me, offensively they were split. Defensively here, they just group up, put themselves in great spots to play trades. Chase and have someone lined up for the last kill. And for Fisher, less doing things wrong in a sense. This is, a really smart team. I think more so Buckeye CoD just, as you call to, continuing to bring that pace over from map 1. You're really just a gunfight, a lane check away from having 2 rounds of your own if you're Fisher. So we'll see what they do here as Ferda's got the snipe.
Juicy almost gets caught in a really bad spot, but with 66 HP, somehow still is able to find his way for a challenge. Enigma there for an immediate counterattack. Sniper out from Ferda, wants the wallbang shot, now watching for the flank. Nobody coming through it though. They got a player out middle map and 2 inside a dojo. Enigma, stun checked out. They know he's by 10, so information given here to Fisher. Still just trying to play the shoulder in case anybody wants to get aggressive out through middle map. Long flank opportunity here for Kluey. Doesn't want to push anywhere past Broken just yet. Wants to read the wrap out. He's got a teammate up through middle map as well. If they want to push this through Dojo, they have a 3v1, but they have to read this. The flank looks like it's about to be set up. Will Fer to be able to find the snipe on it.
Even if he can get one, even if he can get eyes on both. Handful, just a moment. Oh, what kind of timing do you find if you're Fisher?
Cluey finds the sniper. Good challenge for one. Assault the second. They read that the second player is still here in Lou. And on a full wrap back, he's going to be able to spot the player out to the right-hand side. 20 seconds left, 1 versus 1. Still has to get the bomb and get it down. It's all about, can you find the best timing in the world here? Knows a player might be out towards middle map. Could be back over by Dojo, and the wrap from Cluey all the way around is going to work swimmingly here for Fisher. First round on the board.
And what a job. To play the flank, play the trade. And just play that situation oh so well. I had Buckeye CoD now chasing kills in tow, and you just couldn't get bombed down. You got stuck. That let the flank open up. You had Fer being the one watching the flank with the sniper. Just a tricky spot, because even if he gets eyes, it's tough to get a quick trade in a situation like that. I'm installed out 2, 4, and 2, leading the way for the team. Juicy on the other side of things, 4 and 2 as well. Relatively even the rest of the way. Actually, perfectly even.
Up and down a mirror. But it's Buckeye CoD who have the advantage still here in the round count. Cluey with his teammate up and through computers will be able to catch Lou on a bad timing up top Lou. Looking back over to the B site. Still 3 players from the Buckeyes here. I think Fisher know that they have a completely open route here on the A site, and they absolutely do. The post plan didn't work out for them last time on the offense here on the A site. This time they've got the full defensive side spread out, and Hunnit's on the B site waiting for anybody to wrap back through.
And the call is just going to be the group up. Similar to how they did last time, just to the front side of bomb site. As they work their way forward, they know they have to go quickly. Only 1 player on bomb site, so everyone's going to back up. Are they going to be privy to this information? They're clearing things out. Does the hop call in? Now you've got a deep flank out of Cluey. Trades go back and forth 2v2.
They stall the timeout. And once again, Cluey just wrapping all the way through a spawn site might be something that they can get for themselves, but he's going to wrap all the way through P4 here. First gunfight goes his way. Now looks for the second one. Hit fire shots and the snap back to him. The route man gets paid. Tie game in the S&D.
Back and forth we go. Haymakers at this point. You guys act, you can break down all that you want. It's just good plays out of elite search and destroy teams. And a lot of times you call it to, alright, who's going to win the first offensive round, but both teams have gotten away with it here. So who's going to make the stop? As either team have worked their preferred bomb site, barring the Buckeye CoD last go-around. It's just been open sites, really no contest. You called, the 1-2-1 split out of Buckeye CoD the last go-around. Now they're going to funnel everyone to B, but again, relatively uncontested.
Oh, wow. It was a gamble stack on A for Fisher. I'm not sure what the call was. Maybe they saw something in the previous round that they liked. Maybe it was just kind of a gut check feeling. But with the entire B site completely opened up, this gives them the ability to wrap inside of Dojo. And player from the opposite side spawn. D-Mac tries to get shots in the middle map. Unfortunately, he isn't able to walk away with a gunfight win there. So all of a sudden, oh, what a nade from Enigma. Lands right on his feet. No trophy to survive. 30 seconds left, and now here comes the push from the tower. Assault going to be the first one to go for a gunfight challenge. Nade cooked deep. Tries to hit one on the backside of 10, won't be able to find anything for it. Cluey now going to push his way forward. Those ones on the right-hand side, all of a sudden, wait a second. Hunt and Cluey are able to tag for 2. 3 versus 2 now here for the side of Fisher. Lou there for a trade instantaneously. 6 in a row here now from Cluey. 14 seconds left. Juicy did it once before. Gunfight 1 on the first one. Second one there. 10 seconds left. Wide challenge, why not? Fisher had a look at it. Buckeye shut it down.
Feels like a cookie cutter of what we had just saw. Get a 2-piece of your own, Juicy, why not? A good response, a big response to close that round out. And it was the gamble stack. Like you said, defensively, you just tried to make it happen. And either team ran the 50-50 of, hey, let's just send bodies here and make it happen. Buckeye CoD do a great job of working the play that they called. And for Fisher, it just, comes down to enough time trying to work that 3-man flank. Don't quite have it in ya. And now we see them gamble this way. It's going to be 2v4, but how quickly do they go?
Deep nade doesn't connect. Hunt just runs directly through the bomb site itself, gets around Enigma, now has another one directly in front of him, spots him out, but it's traded by Lou. Maybe an overheat there, didn't have Cluey with him just yet. He's able to find one snap to the second. Oh, God!
Oh, God.
All right.
Let it breathe, I guess. I mean, it's just a joy to watch. I've got no analysis for that. That's
just a straight up sprinter.
Yeah,
That's just a straight sprinter through the site. You opened the door with 2. I thought maybe again it was kind of an overheat from Hunnit there, but Cluey was in. He's got a Hellstorm now. So halfway through this search and destroy, we've got streaks on the cards for Fisher. We got Buckeye on the opposite end who have had some clutch plays to allow themselves to win a few rounds. And now Hunnit laying down on the outside here. Bad shots from Cluey aren't going to be able to connect. And now Assault is still on the back end trying to find one. He's got a teammate for help here inside of computers. They'll back off over into the lobby. Inside a middle map, but this gives Buckeye CoD the entirety of the A site.
And they just stack with numbers on that A site and have done such a good job putting themselves in positions to be traded. I mean, again, your AR swung wide of a roof, drew attention of the sub player lying in wait, giving your teammate a free chow. Just working in tandem off one another so well. Now find a way to get 2 straight rounds, give themselves the advantage as we creep into the back half of map 2. Buckeye caught up 1-0 for the moment. Fisher showing a lot more resilience and fight here in this. They've just fallen 2 straight, but I don't expect this one to be over anytime soon.
Two stack on B. Sniper for Out looking over support. Oh, snap to the left. Just a bit behind the player there. Another jump challenge back over to the right. Should be the read to the rest of the team that, hey, they might be wrapping this back A. You got 2 players for contention inside a middle map. You got DMAC watching the flank here from Ohio State. Sniper's going to read that they're over on A, so this is going to be the call for everybody to come back and try to rally up together. Ferda just unfortunately not connecting on any of these shots. I say that, and then he connects on Hunnit. First kill go the way of a Buckeye CoD. Got a second one laying down there as well. Why not give him 2? 4 versus 2 on the retake here as Assault falls. It's all down on the hands of DMAC. Full flank around. Trying to get back in here through Cerberus. Has the AR in hand. He can't do anything about it. Buckeye CoD. Match point here in map 2.
Rolling in this one. Big sniper picks. The flank's got to develop, but when you've got that many people up, pretty easy to say, all right, this is what we need to watch, and the flank's going to be one of those things while someone hops the bomb. Ferda with 3 in the round as well. Great retake out of Buckeye CoD, as you said, to put them on map point.
It's like a slow motion, like moment of calamity. You're just watching happen. You see Clue just like slowly crawl forward. He's like, bro, watch this. I got the play. I'm going to be able to either get the sniper or get one for it. And Ferda's just like, all right, bro. Like,
sure.
Okay, I guess. Probably checked him a little bit, seeing him just crawling straight army crawl towards him. But regardless, this is another stack from Fisher that's just kind of a gamble. They send 4 directly through mid. This is going to be an immediate flank here from Cluey. He doesn't swap the player over to the left. No, you have to be able to make sure that you have the entirety cleared out. Instead, what was looking like it was going to be the play that might win them around here and keep them alive all of a sudden turned sour. So you got 2 on the B wrap, now all through middle. Bomb down on A in a full re-wrap back. DMAC going to be the one first taking the gunfight. Trade is now in there. Hunt is able to find one. DMAC forces one off the site. Last 2 players for Buckeye on the outside of roofs. And you have Hunt on the chase.
Oh, I thought it was though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Lost alive, Adam Assault. Pistol challenge out for 1. Those ones directly to the right-hand side here as well. He can't win the gunfight, and that'll do it for map 2. Buckeye CoD, executions on offense to a T. Worked out well for them almost every single time. The defensive retakes and everything in between. Clutch plays for the Buckeyes throughout the entirety of the Den Search and Destroy. 6-3, your final score here. A 2-0 series lead. Now on series point, and a chance to move on to winners round 3, which I believe is the quarterfinals.
Outlet here at the after action layout. And I think you'll probably have noticed it too to this point. I think what jumps off the screen to me is, I mean, it's going to be 7-2 in the first blitz.
Yeah.
That's a stinger, 100%. Sure, you won the 2 rounds, you got first blood. Yeah, but when you aren't winning those, when you find yourself constantly at a disadvantage, you know, there were moments we called to Fisher did a good job finding trades and putting themselves in positions to be able to retake rounds where they had a disadvantage, but with how strong Buckeye kind of looked at this point in the series, Fisher were playing too much on the back foot, and never got themselves, I mean, again, clearly in the first place, never got themselves that advantage they needed to say, okay, we're going to kind of shift the tides back our way.
All right, Buckeye CoD. Have yourselves the first 2 maps. Search and destroy, not a problem for them. Was questioning whether the pace of play that we saw in the Colossus was going to lead them to consistent round wins. Sure led them to first bloods, and those turned into round wins very quickly afterwards. Seemed like every time they wanted to attack a site, they had it. Fisher on the defense, a couple gamble stacks here and there. I kind of felt a little wishy-washy. It was kind of just gut checks, and you can't hate on it because if they work out, then we say, wow, what a call by Fisher. But it just doesn't work out in a lot of the ways that they wished it would have. 1,500 damage from Assault for 4 kills, by the way.
I mean, you look at Hana on the other side of things, really kind of the one cleaning up the damage dealt on that, which not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, obviously, it doesn't look great whenever it's translates to 4 kills and you don't get to search and destroy. I mean, the only 2 first bloods go to Hana. He was the only one that was really able to keep pace in a way to match Buckeye CoD, but how often have we seen Alex where if one player's playing too fast, it's almost detrimental to the rest of the team because you put yourself in a bind. And looking at the first death, I mean, did also have the majority of those, you know, only by 1, but still, whenever you're kind of out of pace with your team, that can definitely be something that throws a wrench in things, so it's almost like you're shooting yourself in the foot in a sense, and can't get on the same page in that way. Buckeye CoD did a great job just all around. You know, when they found themselves in binds, Fisher were able to exploit it a few times, but looking at this series as a whole, Alex, I mean, you look at the score lines through and through. Postseason CoD, we say it, I mean, near every week. It comes down to who wants to play CoD on a given night. You called to this as being a potential upset series. How much are you surprised by the 2-0 at this point?
I don't know if I would say I'm surprised necessarily by the 2-0. I think I'm surprised by how far spread it has been in the favor of Ohio State. I think that they came out of map 1, and I think the kind of run that they went on where it was almost a 120-point lead that they were able to eclipse by kind of the end of like halfway through the second set of rotations. I think that was kind of like an eye-opener for me, and specifically just seeing like, okay, it was the consistent ability to bang the front of the hard point and break from wherever they wanted to. Yeah. It was the constant mobility and being able to kind of read out where everything needed to be for Ohio State that I think really set them up for success. And on top of that, it was just the gunfights that were being won. It just never felt like Fisher really had a stake in the game until we got back over to kind of like the P3, P4 of the second set, and then they got themselves kind of back in the game. But it was never where they were able to survive in the chaos. And I think that like at some point in the battle of attrition, there's going to be a moment where the other team kind of just like isn't able to have like a couple of moments where they're able to string those kills together, and then you get a bit of momentum. But it wasn't like it was like, okay, Fisher are just playing this phenomenally right now. It's like, okay, they're finally getting the gunfights to go their way, but the Buckeyes continuously just kept battering and battering and battering until it was over. And again, I think it was one of those moments where you're up by so much that it's not necessarily that you put your foot off the gas or that you're not continuously just going full force at it. It's just where you're kind of like backed off a little bit and saying, okay, look, we have the lead. We don't necessarily need to rotate too early on this. We can play for the back 15 here. We can play for the back 10 here, and we can just play for the scraps if we want to and be able to take the game that way. That can put you in a bind at times, especially if it's a little bit closer. But again, they just had that leader's advantage. So it didn't matter too much. But in the search and destroy, I think that was just all-out fair game. It was just clutch moments that put them over the top. Like, they were pretty even for the first few rounds there, but Ohio State kind of just hit flow state towards the back end of the search and destroy. I think it was like round 7 is where they really just started to just kind of fly through everything. It just never looked like it was something that Fisher was in control of on the map.
And I think when Fisher was in control of the few moments, like you said, you know, did Buckeye CoD let off the gas for a moment? Sure. I do think, you know, credit to the Fisher team, right? They also can turn things up. It was just very small moments of it, and they were getting punished at every turn where they faltered around the map. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. You open up the first blood, you get things started early, take up space on the map as well. If you're juicy, oh, this A site's free. Oh, this A site's free.
Yeah, there was a flank coming in from Assault. Wasn't there fast enough. Straight through the gap of White Wall, and you are able to absolutely run it down if you were the Buckeyes roster. Enigma inside of Mail looks back over to the right-hand side. He's got 2 gunfights there. It's going to be a tough one to go ahead and win, but they've got full plane side of control. North side of the map locked down for the Buckeyes at the moment. Looking to really push it through there, and it looks like we got a crash here. So, We'll hold our breath. We'll hold our moment for just a second. We'll come back and say hello. Yeah, no, it's been a fun series, though. Pleasure to bring this to you guys here. Winners round 2, if you are just joining us here inside of the CCL playoffs, the winner of this will go on to the quarterfinals of the winners round. I believe that will secure them a top 12 finish, at least inside of the CCL season. Not only that, I believe that next match that they play will be a qualification match for LAN. That's exciting.
No caster bias here.
All right, well, I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen, so we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, hopefully we'll see the continuation of the overload, or maybe it's being played out off stream. I have no idea. I don't have the information for you at this very moment, but we'll take a break. We'll come back. I'll update you when we get back to the break.
My name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing COD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But yeah, I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home, and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing COD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCL was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in COD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here.
We've reconnected in Ohio State, up 2-0 here in the first half. Minute and 15 seconds left here inside of round 1. Still looking for the push here now on the opposite end. The flip back in from Assault, looking to push his way forward. It's going to be Fisher who now get on the board. Cluey looking to the back inside of Spawn. They were trying to set up the green spawn trap. Top right, Assault still playing his life, somehow alive, and he's able to take one for it.
Three screen. Projective scooped, and you found an avenue for your DMAC to try to get it done, and quickly in response, Fisher's going to throw down 2 of their own, tie things back up. 45 seconds to work with. As Slang for the first time, at least this series, right? It feels like Fisher have opened up, kept tempo as well. As they're working objective the north side of the map, your lead blocker gets picked. That might slow things for the moment. You can work a pick, you're going to try to push forward, but now you're on the hunt for this objective.
Eastside rally was fantastic. Hunter will drop out middle. He doesn't have any sort of contention here. It's a deep spawn over by Red. They're not going to be able to read it out, and that should be the full shutdown here on the goal line for the Buckeye roster. Assault's still a middle map, though. He's going to weaken and thin out these players. They've got pressure inside of Market now and a push back over towards the B zone. Juicy on the back end, playing with the AR this time opposed to the submachine gun. Hunter from the drop down over top green had the snap back. They're going to be able to grab it. 1v1 for the back time, and finally, it is fully stalled out with 3 seconds left here. We're going to hit the overtime. 30 seconds going to be added to the clock here as Lou has the device in hand. They're wrapping it plain side top north of the map.
Enigma opens up. That top lane is open. Working to the side of the map. Can anyone get in position? You're going to have to be the cutoff man if you're hunted, but Hunted tries to get worked. Ends up getting picked out of your pocket at the last possible moment. Maybe a tiny sigh of relief if you're Fisher, knowing, okay, we tied things up 2-2, go into the halftime. Not down a score. A good way to set things up for the second round.
All right. Dead even. More so what we expected throughout this best of 5 series between these rosters. Fisher not wanting to drop off the map just yet. They don't want to go down to that lower bracket. The CCL playoffs, much different than the regional playoffs. Lower bracket, much more dangerous than what we had inside of regionals. And a lot more on the line when it comes to the stakes. It's not top 8 teams moving out inside of the regionals like it was just to get there. You want to make it to land, yes, you have to be top 8. But you got to beat the best of the best from across the entire continental United States. I think there's even some Canadian teams in there for a little bit of fun. Juicy down low inside of Market looking for one. D-Mac will open up on Lou for the first blood here in the round. Market fully cleared out by Juicy. He's got a couple of players now looking for a trade over towards the mid side. Somehow he's able to stay alive here. And now might have the wrap back on one, and absolutely does. He's got the pistol player in front of him. Going to be able to find that. That's 3 to 1. That's 4 down. They can bring this over to the B side if they so choose.
And you're still finding kills. Juicy, the lead man, now going to peek out this window, sees one airplane, but going to back off, try to give teammate support here for the moment. You just need to find a couple of picks. You can work this forward. What can you do if you're Buckeye CoD to get this in?
Oh, what a Semtex there, and he's able to run it all the way through the back line of the defense. Believe it was Enigma who was able to find that cap in. And those plays like that, moment to moment, are what will define the entirety of a map in a series. Just one well-placed Semtex backs him up enough to allow him to just slide right on in. Juicy's up on top lane looking for these last 2 players. Could be able to shut this push down. They've got 2 bodies that they're trying to put on top of him. If he gets shots onto one good enough for it, they're going to be able to go ahead and stall this backline out.
There's a clearance spawn side. Objectives to the stop side. Do you walk these players down? Everyone here? Juicy, again, watching the pinch. As your airs have control of the top side of the map. Able to get one, now just waiting for the clearance for the rest of the team. He's going to look to take up position on the map. How good is he done with the sub just to be able to make these lanes a little more open for his team to scoop objective? Let's see if we can find a couple more. 2v2 for the moment. Outside Fisher spawn, he's able to get one, but you're hitting the rat back.
This is the spawn trap you hate to be in. They should know that they have a couple players out over by red. Especially where Juicy was looking from the top side. Doesn't recognize there's a second player there. Gets one weak in the spawn side, and now the ball is being pushed its way forward. Fertile will drop. 2 players still here. One up and through the middle. Cut Enigma. Has to go massive if he wants to be able to put this one in. He's able to find the first kill. Second one. Snap challenge. 2 players bottom green now looking to push their way forward. Now it's all about what Fisher want to do here. Do they try to play through a middle map? Do they try to pick a side? Maybe go top lane? It's going to spawn back over there. Looks like they want to play towards the north side.
I just like it. Just for a breath. Buckeye CoD slowed down. Tried to wait and see if Fisher was going to do a quick just offensive retaliation. They didn't, but it let them kind of let Fisher waltz into a couple of kills, and they do just that, just to slow that push. You're trying to burn clock for the moment. You know offensively Buckeye CoD, right? Seemingly whenever they've wanted to. Though Fisher can push pace as well, this is just one where you set the trap, you're able to make it happen. Lead man Juicy, sure, maybe going to get it out in a zone. The stick comes in, the kill as well. Can he get the second? Answer, quickly no, but the teammates there surrounding the point. I'm going to try to keep this play alive.
That's a preemptive read by Fisher, too, to be able to not only play through top green, but start rotating south side of their spawn to make sure that that flip couldn't come in over onto B. They're going to be able to clean up 3 here. Juicy on the top lane. Heady going to get caught sprinting on the back end. Thought he was going to die for a moment. All of a sudden, gives the business to the player. Now he turns tail and tucks away. And all of a sudden, it's a flip back on the opposite way. Buckeye CoD now pushing on the offense. But Juicy going to be the man of the first line here. One directly below him inside of P5. Should have been spotted out as he jumped in across. D-Mac gets the trade there. They go 1 for 1. Minute and 50 seconds left here in the round. Juicy pushing forward. They grab the second kill out there. The device is now dropped down, and somehow, some way, Fisher will survive.
Holding on, scooping objectives, 3 players north side of the map. Now you reconsolidate, but the flank coming through. You haven't been able to find great timing for it. If you are Cluey, can you get something to pay out for your teammates? Absolutely. That's going to be 3 for 1 in the feed. The opening comes in. The last line of defense is going to be Luke. Can you make the goals time stand? Answer. Oof, going to be no for the moment.
Oh, they get the last kill there. But up through middle map, the last 2 players now from Fisher. Good shots on the one. They've got 2 players they need to fully clear out in the back, and his Hunt is able to push forward. He's got the pistol out, tries to challenge in, but it's Ohio State this time that make the goal line stop. They're back inside of top blue. They look out to middle map, but Cluey wants to get behind a couple of players. He's got 2 directly in his line of sight. He's able to find the first, the second one with the device. You feel like you have to win that there. You still got teammates directly by you, and now the opportunity to put this one inside of the B-bomb should be here, and through the backside of spawn, Fisher's going to be able to walk away and waltz that one directly in. Tie game 3 apiece, 50 seconds left.
D-Mac with another snap. Okay, let the rip there. Fisher, you
no
know, feeling themselves here. I'm in a bigger spot. You've got to do something like you said. Just the intangibles, the energetics going, you know, for Fisher, they're flowing here. South side of the map open, lead blocker ahead. Buckeye CoD, can you put this one away here?
They spotted out Juicy on the cross, but the information's not good enough because they can't win the gunfights, and all of a sudden, it's 3 dead. They've got 1 more in the back, but it's Verta who slips through behind the rest of the team. They get out, they get blocks, and now 25 seconds left in the round for the series now for Fisher as they're looking the opposite way, and some extra peppers there, gets caught off forward, but it's in the middle of the map. Verta's gonna grab it, and with 16, they've got players, they've got presence, all the way pushed to the south side of the map, trying to get it in, and Verta will put the dagger directly in the back of the Fisher Falcons white roster. An opportunity to send them to the lower side of the bracket. They're still winning gunfights, payload across the map. 3 seconds will tick off the clock, and Buckeye CoD an emphatic DoorDash 3-0 sweep. They're moving to the quarterfinals.
Ohio State feeling it now. A little juice in that one. Back and forth, both teams went to some energetic plays. Rally back to Fisher to tie things a couple of times, but the 2 emphatic scores there at the end. Body shots, cap it all off. Buckeye CoD roaring as they go into the next round. I mean,
see the Semtech stick real quick by that.
Julian saying the Jeremiah Smith little bread basket toss, nothing crazy. Oh, yeah. Taking that one to the house, but what a series, man, out of Buckeye CoD. I mean, you talked that 2-0, you were a little surprised at as far as that spread's concerned within the maps. Here, I just played close to the end, and I feel like the last 70 seconds of that reload was kind of a microcosm of the entire series for Fisher, where they just couldn't get that big break to really get momentum for a significant duration of time. It seemed like you talked about it in hardpoints, and you talked about it in the search and destroy, whether it was retakes, whether it was breaking a hill. Whenever Buckeye CoD and wherever they wanted to make a move, they could make it happen, and that just showed here as well. Just a tough loss. It's not like Fisher was completely lost on the map or anything like that. It just felt like they had no control, and I don't think it was something that they gave up and just kind of rolled over dead. I just think Buckeye CoD went out and took it from the jump.
Buckeye CoD, pat yourselves on the back. If you're a Buckeyes fan, you're feeling quite nice after that series. They move on to Saturday and will stay in the winners.
Had to.
Amber and checking me on stream, 2 things that are like bread and butter here in the CCL. But for the Buckeyes, after a 3-0 sweep over the Fisher Falcons white roster, they again will move on to tomorrow, where they will play inside the winners bracket for the quarterfinals with a chance to move on to a qualification spot for LAN, where they will find themselves potentially playing in St. Louis for a title shot and a national championship here inside of the CCL. Fisher, on the other hand, they've got a long road ahead of them. They drop down to the lower bracket, which is filled with sharks in the water, and there are going to be plenty more teams that are going to be down there as that lower bracket continues to push its way forward. God, we're in store for such a great ending to the CCL playoffs. We still got another match here tonight. We've got a full day of matches tomorrow as well as Sunday for the qualification for LAN. I'm rubbing my hands together because I know this is going to be a good one. I'm excited, Amber. I guess congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations in order. And congrats, of course, to the Buckeye CoD team for, again, winners bracket advantage. You don't have to say it at this point unless you're a first-time viewer, right? Just keeping the advantage where you've got some room to work with if something happens. I think for Fisher, knew that this could have been an upset on the cards. You're not going to play like it, of course, but I think Buckeye CoD came out with a chip on their shoulders saying, hey, it's playoff time. We're going to make something happen. We're going to try to make a deep run. You make it that much easier for yourself. And as you said, for Fisher, a team that they could absolutely see again a little later down the road. A lot trickier for them now with nothing else to work with, and every team looking to give you their best shot in that lower bracket run. You're going to try to make a lot more staunch of a task to be able to pull off. But yeah, Buckeye Nation's happy right now.
The team in that place, I believe it was top 4 inside of the Southeast Regionals, now taking on the Roadrunners in what will be a losers round 2 matchup, win or go home for both of the teams that are coming up next here for a best-of-5 series that will advance one, and we'll say goodbye to another contender here within the CCL playoffs. When we come back from a break, we'll see that final game of our night here for Friday, and we'll see who will be moving on to Saturday to play and live to see another match. Tune in, keep it around. We'll be back after a break.
I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had, a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of aligned for it to happen. I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone's has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out, kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to College COD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Potsy for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. Even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to, just because life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. We have a very flexible team that we can work around. We practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship, starting, back from last year. He's taught me a lot. He's kind of, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. He supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that, kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, in the locker room, honestly, like, before games, before LANs. He's a great presence to be around, and honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure, we're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. Myself, I don't stream as much, but my teammates Cole, Sweep, and Mince, they all stream. So yeah, we're streaming all the time. Like I said, we're always looking to get better. We're looking to showcase this year in CCL, build up on our T25 performance last semester and show why, Conestoga is a force to be reckoned with.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. You all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 19, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile. And then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college CoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Desmace was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right, in ONA. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trade is not only my COD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met him through COD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me. I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trakes was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah, he's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy. It motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, Aaron, and Desmace. Maxwell recruited us to go to ONA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically, Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like, oh, just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same. But from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like, I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by CWADS. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like, he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like, only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage. You know, like, I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here. And it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did. And that's, like, I think one of the reasons that we all, like, really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are. Not even just, like, how we're doing in our esports, but also just, like, how we are, like, as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like, we always hang out. Like, I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like, we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like, that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada. But Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like, we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like, we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with COD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works, and it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like, if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like, everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of, like, the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity. Like, at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like, that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is, like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like, CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like, it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of, like, nervous, or, like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like, we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just, back to what I was saying, it's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like, no matter what other people say, like, if it's your dream, like, nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like, having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were, like, almost like pros. Like, you're thinking, like, we were here to be, like, to play COD. Like, we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was just, it was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says, like, our team has, like, the best, like, team dynamic. Like, we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win, like, a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into, like, the challenger scene and kind of be, like, one of the first teams to have, like, pretty good placements as like a college team. It was nice. It was like we were all like really hyped. Like it was good for us. So we do watch like VOD together. That's like one thing. I know you said outside, but we like going like to the movies a lot. Like we'll always have dinner together. Like all of us like to cook. Just really hanging out. Just like if it's just your friends. Like it's not even like these guys aren't just like my competitors now. Like they're not just my teammates. Like these I'm gonna have these friends for life for sure. Initially, the first thing we said when we lost the CCL finals last year, or we didn't make it to finals, whatever it was a bad day to be bad at COD. Like we knew we were the best team there in the venue. It's COD at the end of the day, so it was just a really bad day to be bad at COD. So I think it's more of last year was that was the most like we've all won in our careers. So I think we know what it takes to win now. We know like the steps and like what it takes to actually achieve the win. So I think this year is gonna be insane.
Well, our final match of this Friday night. Things are moving quickly within the winners and the lower brackets. Speaking of the lower bracket, though, the Marshall Thundering Herd got knocked down. Same with the Roadrunners. We find ourselves in a best-of-5 series where one team will find themselves an exit from the CCL season. The other team will move on to Losers Round 3 and continue to play tomorrow for the continuation of what has been a fun CCL playoffs already. I'm Corn, with me, Cash. Amber, we got a head-to-head to talk about these two teams, so let's get into it.
Yeah, we'll dive in to see what we're going to see between these two squads here going into the series. And as you said, so much on the line as far as working ahead in your schedule, in your season is concerned. On paper, yeah, you see Marshall at the 10-1, looking pretty strong. Maybe the only noticeable blemish, I guess you could say, right? We always say take it with a grain of salt when it comes to playoff time, but 7-3 in the hard point, and of course 9-3 on the other side of things. You look for that to be a point of contention. Oh, a little updated graphics, so we'll actually have a look at things otherwise. And yeah, again, across the board now on paper, the search and destroy now becomes kind of that point where you have a look at things and say, okay, map 2 going to be important. We just saw in a series previous how fast and important pace is in the respawn. Search and destroy where you look to bounce back. Marshall, just off this head-to-head, I'm going to say need to come out strong map 1.
They absolutely do. This is a team that played very close in a lot of the Southeastern regional matches that they had throughout the conference championship playoffs that we had just last week. This is the team that made it to top 4. They had to play the Sumter Fire Ants. They had a tough go of things with them when I believe they went to a Game 5 against them as well. So that was a pretty fun series for them. Unfortunately, heartbreaking, though, as they did unfortunately lose that series. But here inside of the winners bracket thus far, it has been kind of a mixy thing for them, all things considered. The match that they had to play up inside of the first round was actually Northwood, but Northwood having some of those issues did end up having to forfeit that first round match. So moving on to that second round, they played Mars Hill. It was a 3-1 loss, but they played them relatively close throughout that series. So I'm excited to see what kind of side Marshall we are going to see throughout this. On the flip side, though, Amber, this Roadrunners team, they played a very close first match in the first round as well. I believe it was against the side of the Fisher White roster, who we saw on stream there a little bit ago. They lost that in a Game 5, 3-2 finish. So both these teams very good at what they are able to complete on the map. The question is, throughout the map set that we'll see here in just a second, who will be able to take that first map 1 and at least put that dominant start to the series.
And you always want that leg up, whether it's, again, winners bracket in the tournament as a whole, or it's a one-of-series advantage. Any kind of way you can put yourself ahead, give yourself margin for error to this point. You never know when a team can look to string together, some rounds, some maps, and give themselves an advantage. So yeah, both teams, a lot of pressure here early on, I think. You like to talk and say, oh, if you can extend the series, one team looks good over another. I don't even want to talk about series extension. I just want to talk about this front 3 and say, look, you've got to come out swinging. There's too much on the line at this point in the year to, come out flat-footed.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the front 3, let's take a look at the map set we will have here for this best-of-5 series in Losers Round 2. Again, if you're just joining us, loser of this will be knocked out of contention from the CCL Playoffs. They will not have a shot to be able to qualify for the LAN tournament later on in May. Marshall Thundering Herd looking for the first Scar hard point here. Search and Destroy has been something that they have worked on a lot throughout the course of the year, but their respawns have always been stout. That is something that I know that Marshall definitely preaches over in that camp. Paralysis kind of leading the charge in a lot of ways, being the captain of that team, and kind of being able to just herd everybody together in a way that is going to shepherd them forward to success in the respawns. On the opposite side, though, for the Roadrunners, one of the things that I've seen from them a lot throughout this year is the prowess inside of Hardpoint and Search and Destroy specifically. So these first two maps for them are looking like they might have the ability to take them. But again, this is all just speculation work at this point. We've seen a lot of these two teams throughout the year. But, of course, it all comes down to the play styles against one another, how they match up against the team that is on the opposite side of them, and if they're going to be able to play with that same tenacity, especially in a situation where this is going to be the most pressure that they're going to feel, at least throughout the entirety of the CCL season so far.
And not only looks to ramp up, but of course, you want to be battle tested, right? You really want to kind of push your team to the moments of still being able to learn things and still being able to be tested and say, okay, we actually have something to improve on going into the next day. And either of these teams, even that, of course, with one loss, right, you've still been tested within series even that you've taken. But like you said, all of this to have just a big asterisk on the end of all of the speculation is awesome. And, it definitely gives you guys an idea of kind of what we're feeling on the desk about this series and these two teams. Once we get into it, things could completely flip on their head. So it's just a matter of, again, it's just for me beating this dead horse of who's going to play CoD on a given night, who's going to show up and show out for their team. Is it going to come down to big plays out of one player? Is it going to come down to just a resilient comeback? That's what we're here to go and see. And Alex, looking at it, what you've talked about between the notable matchups these teams have faced, do you think this series does have the potential to go to distance? I know you're saying, and I agree, these front two do look to be favoring one side. Do you think the series has the potential to go all the way?
Oh, it absolutely does. These are two kind of like the best teams that we have within the top 32 within their own respective right. They're not necessarily the teams that are going to go out there and beat necessarily a Mars Hill. They're not going to go out and beat an Oklahoma Christian right off the rip, I don't think. But I think they give themselves a chance to move on to land. Maybe they give themselves a bit of a chance against those teams. But in terms of your question about going the distance, I think that this kind of has a game at 4 or game 5 kind of written all over it, just from the kind of things that we've seen from tendencies of these teams, but where their strengths are. For the Roadrunners and for Marshall, Hardpoint has been a staple inside of their series throughout the year. It's something that they take time and time again, and that leads them to successful series wins. The Search and Destroy on the opposite end, yeah, the Roadrunners are a little bit better there, and Marshall falls behind just a touch. But I think Marshall, at least the eye test that we've seen throughout the season, I think their Hardpoint's just a little bit better than the Roadrunners when it comes to, like, if you had to kind of just pick a thin margin between these two teams, I think I'd give that edge a little bit to Marshall. For the S&D, I think he flips back again, though. But I think for the Roadrunners, I think if you can get this series either 2-0 or 1-1 going into map 3, I think you're feeling really confident about the rest in the back half of the series if we do go the distance to 4 and 5, because you right now are pretty much undefeated in Overload across the entirety of the season thus far. At least in your regular season in the conference championships, you had a lot of really solid Overload play. So I think when we get to map 3 between these two teams, that's where the Roadrunners will really start to show that excellence that they have as a team. I don't think Marshall's just going to fall over in that map, but I think that's where you're going to see Roadrunners really take that edge. And I think, again, if they go 1-1 or 2-0 up into that map 3, that is going to spell a lot of trouble for Marshall going throughout the rest of the series. So do I think it needs to be a 2-0 series lead for Marshall going into map 3? Absolutely not. But I at least need to see this go 1-1 to guarantee a map 4, because if this goes 2-0 to the side of the Roadrunners early on in the series, we could be staring into the barrel of the 3-0 and a Marshall exit.
And you could even say that if Marshall go up 2-0, right, as stout as you are of a control team, Marshall has the capability, if they're playing strong enough, right, they could pull the upset in that Overload and close things out. So neither team wants to be in a 2-0 deficit. Of course, that sounds like common sense to say, but like you said, you fall 1-1 either side. I think eyes go to that map 4 since it's guaranteed, and the hard point being so close between these teams. I'm just excited to get things going, see where map 1 takes us.
Let's have some fun here. Losers round 2. Loser knocked out of the CCL playoffs. No land opportunity. Orbals will be struck with the Semtex early on. First blood goes to Dwipix. And the Roadrunners look to get themselves a mid-map presence. Nico Paralysis, as he pushes up, won't be able to find the trade there on it. So they go 2 for 1 here now. 3 down for Marshall. They're going to go ahead and fly over to this white wall. So the spawn's back over by Deep Blue. The map has been flipped out, but the Roadrunners getting some good points here in P1.
And Quan's going to get a pinch here as Fallout's going to come in. Orbitals cleans up one. You try to get eyes on this player in the back, and as your teammates are finding the kills from the front, you get that mid-map clearance to try and garner some time. Just a little bit off the board for either team, but it's going to be the Roadrunners. We're going to fall short and fall out of time for the moment now. You've got a good spread knowing where these spawns are coming from, and again, the spawn trap, like you said, could they get it early? Could they push this line back? Not quite, but still doing a good job buying time. Is now with 5 seconds left, they've overtaken a small lead.
Orbitals almost had a 2 lined up in front of them. Instead, it'll be the Roadrunners first here on the hard point out of the rotation from P1. Whippix down low, had a nade on one for Paralysis to fall. That's going to be two directly through the front. He's got eyes on another. Sam all the way in the back line, looking to push this forward. And top red, you betcha. That's a double for him. Another one down below. He'll take his three-piece and he'll take his three-piece in stride. Look back over to the spawn point. Buy back green. Marshall on the attack here, trying to get top red control.
Able to win a big 1v1. Quan is. There's now a little surge. Thundering Herd forward, but still just not quite able to get into the zone for the moment. Submachine gun players, as you see, Sam flying around, picking up these kills, thwarting any efforts on the flank B. Has done a good job of that being the responsibility and forcing, funneling all of Marshall through the front of the hill, and it has not worked out for them. What was a 5-point lead going into P2 now has exploded, has blossomed into a Roadrunners lead, a near full 60 going into P3.
Yeah, that top 2 red stack is fantastic on P2. And it nets them so much time because Marshall, again, are just kind of funneling through there. They never send pressure to the back. They try and flip the spawns out. So time after time, they tried through the front. And unfortunately, in the war of attrition, the Roadrunners come out on top of it. Action looking for the player over by blue. Couple pumps on the ground there. We're going to check it for a red card here to see if there's any malicious intent behind it. But it's going to be Action who pops up once again. We'll back off. He's got a 2-piece. Looking for back blue and the player through the cut. This is good time here for Marshall. But they have to survive inside of the point, which is the most important thing at this junction. Action on 4 in a row. Going to run out basically of ammo here. He's only got about 13 bullets left. But Orioles has pushed this line forward. They need to read the spawn trap back around and through green.
If you Roadrunners, you let about, or not let, excuse me, you forced about 20 seconds of time to bleed off. So it was, sure, Marshall with some control around the point, but never quite able to garner time off of it. And when you do get clearance for those kills, you now are able to take advantage and get more points for yourself accrued. So Marshall, you know, you don't want to call it a misplay in a sense. I think it's just more so good pressure being applied out of the Roadrunners, and now they get to flip this, put more points in the back pocket. Rotation anew, going to be underway for the Thundering Herd. They're going to be able to get a decent setup here, but I need to see them find this wave of kills to be convinced they can get about 15 or 20 seconds off this.
They're going to send 2 through middle map. They're going to send 1 red and then 1 flanking around to the plane side. They go 1 for 1 the first gunfight there. Goes to Dean on the opposite way. Action sitting in time, has one coming down the staircase, tries to make it work. Inside of the back, Nico Paralysis needs to keep his life, and he's able to find 2 forward. Unfortunately, though, that will be the spawns flipping out completely, and the Roadrunners will be in the back. So a chance to start eclipsing on the lead that they have right now, extending that even further. It's about 40 right now. Got another 35 seconds to work with, and the spawns in their favor.
And I think maybe the biggest storyline to this point is just going to be the slang is jumping out to me, right? A couple players negative, Action really the only one positive. And does slang tell the full story? No, but it definitely goes to point to that lackluster start that maybe you wouldn't prefer as Quan gets 3, starts to get rolling on the board. But it goes to show that, again, with the Roadrunners pushing pace, they're finding the kills to back it. Not only that, but finding the scoreline to also boast the lead that they have. 40 points and dwindling. D's going to get in for the scrap time. As we make our move to the next hill, Roadrunners still rolling. Marshall trying to get some footing here in this late half of the first set of rotations.
Full mid-map spread. You look to Sam there, who's trying to cut down a few players. He's able to find orbitals, which weakens up this push. Spawns are going to be close, even though the Blipix is in the back trying to hold this out. And as he falls, it's going to be all 4 players from Marshall now holding the backside of green. This is going to allow them to take over mid-cut. Action the first one there. Good shots on the Sam's going to force him not to be able to push out just yet. Stun check around the corner for orbitals. Looking directly to the front for the first challenge. Contestion in. 2 players there. Bait and switch opportunity, you betcha. They go high-low. Up in top green. Quan will fall to the hands of Whippix. And now the last player alive is Action in the back end on the defense. They're going to be able to flip these spawns out and get the P5 time.
And they just look to take up space. When they find 1 kill, they don't just stop there and look to retreat or turtle up. They continue to push forward, clean out the rest of the kills, flip the spawns, and now they have their irons facing exactly where they want. It is complete map dominance here out of the Roadrunners.
This is where the AR start to get electric. Action was really the only one able to find anything through the first set of hardpoint rotations. Gonna need to continue to not only be on that roll, but have somebody else from the AR perspective be able to tag team with him to really start dominating this map. You look for Quan maybe to be that player. At the 3-piece back on time, P4 before they rotated to P5 to give them a look inside of the back blue time. But up and through middle map, now Marshall Herd are going to be the first ones on the point. Paralysis on time. Action playing over by red. They've got the read and the spot out on it, but mid-map presence is being felt right now by the Roadrunners.
Garnering some time, finding kills behind it. Ears looking over, a pinch developing out of orbitals. Can you find anything? Able to turn, burn, and get 1. Paralysis scoops up in the feed. And all of a sudden, to kick things off here, Maybe Marshall with a big amount of time, especially on P1. One is contest heavy as it's going to be. It's been a clean look out of them.
Sub's been running rampant from the Roadrunners. You look inside a market here, you're going to be able to find 1. Quan on the slide out, little 360's not going to find anything for it. Orbital's top blue with the SMG in hand, tries to find the last few bullets he needs on Demo on the point, but he's just going to play his life to a T onside of P1. You look to Sam, he's playing the back line. First gunfight his way. Second one there. Action will hop up, has teammate help from Paralysis. And now D's the first one here. There's a line of defense to go ahead and thwart this Marshall push here early on. Second gunfight doesn't go his way. Is Action trying to crawl across. Whippix will fall forward back. And on the Jenny, you're going to have time here. Top red controlled right now by Marshall. This is a huge gunfight here for Paralysis in Action.
Oh, and if you can take both of these, I think that just goes to open the door to show this is a big hill that, you know, the Roadrunners were able to take the last go round, a near full 60 off of. Alex, if they don't get a contest here in the last 40 seconds, I think, you know, not quite put it away, but Roadrunners definitely start to put it out of reach.
They absolutely do. Emo looks for the first challenge. Orbital is there across the screen, and I mean, it is just almost played, again, to perfection. Here from the Roadrunners, P2 playing from the back blue side, making Marshall have to break through the front, saying, if you want to break this, you got to take every single gunfight against us, and we're not looking to slow down. Sam gets a bit aggressive there, tries to challenge out. Pistol in from Whippix, now wants to challenge out one more time. He's got help there from D, who's got a two-piece for himself. You can see the spread here from Marshall. They want to try and lock down P3. You got Orbitals pushed all the way up by blue in the boat side. You got two players on the point, and the plane heady locked down. Did you break that first line of defense? Now it's all about getting inside of P3, holding that timeout. They get a trophy for help.
That's a trophy for fine good assist. I mean, look, it just feels like a boa constrictor around the map. Not only are you completely surrounded, but you need to be able to find the kills. Too much action, head on a swivel to try to mitigate and take care of things for the moment, but immediately you have to turn, eyes forward, win another handful of gunfights. It's 2 for 2 D Orbitals. You're going to get the cleanup at the end for the Roadrunners. Can you get the last one to get the time? Absolutely. Roadrunners dip in here, about to eclipse the 200-point mark.
Yeah, 100-point lead right now for the Roadrunners, or just about. Orbitals and Quan, sure you get 2 for it. But as long as D is staying alive here and Sam's been able to make plays through middle map, you're really not getting a lot of significant time here on P3. Snap back and a grenade that falls directly on it. No trophy there as Thema will throw one out to keep himself alive just a little bit longer. Stun checks back over on the green side. Still keeping the 100-point buffer between these two teams. The Roadrunners are not only flipped out on the spawns, they're looking poised to go ahead, maybe close it out here.
Sam lying in wait for a pinch play. Everyone from Marshall are going to be trying to push through mid, just bully it out from the front where they can. You open up with 2, so that's going to be a good start. Now that's going to force these players playing the top and bottom side of the map to wrap back towards the hill, so you can catch a couple players sprinting here potentially, but Sam going to be one that's going to be one of the toughest gunfights to take as you go through mid-map. You try to spin, you find the kill, the pistol comes through as well. Call to Sam for the wrap back. Able to make a 3-piece happen where his teammates fell. And now, less than 30 seconds to walk away with this one. Marshall and Hurd have to start thundering in.
Into the doorway, slide, wrong corner checked. Top staircase being watched at the moment by D. They've got a double stack inside. They're going to find that last player. Now it's everybody spawning out, directly pushing through the front. It's just got to be a quick contestation in. Foot race back to the point, the dead sprint in, running directly into the irons of the Roadrunners at the moment. Last player really for a contestation here, maybe through the top side. You're going to be able to find it, but the answer shut down now. Orbitals in action both fall. And almost a 250-point victory in map 1. The Roadrunners take it easy.
Easy. Yeah, pretty good way to put it. I can't wait to get eyes on the scoreboard and just really kind of digest what we saw, but it is just the Roadrunners. I mean, of course, you know, we've seen so much of it, but it's just impressive out of this Roadrunner squad how consistently they were able to play with tempo. They never back down, and because of that, you know, a lot of times you'll see teams, oh, if they play too fast, a team will get a wave of kills and really hard punish, and Marshall never got a chance to flip the map, punch them, and get 60 seconds on the board, 45 in the front, 15 of a new hill. Never saw that. It seems like Roadrunners are so quick to recover and break back into hills. It just seems like the Thundering Herd really didn't have a way to hold off a counterattack out of the Roadrunners, even if they found themselves out of position. And for that, yeah, you are awarded a scoreline as dominant as this, but I talked to it kind of through the first few hills, saying, you know, it kind of points our eyes there and paints that picture, but the slaying, I think for me, is definitely the most glaring pain point that can kind of tell you at least a piece of the puzzle to how this series, or excuse me, how this map got so out of hand so quickly.
Well, there was never really a question on who dominated both the AR and SMG gunfights throughout a lot of this scar. Roadrunners, again, kind of just kept everything in front of them. Played a few cutoffs, had some ratty angles throughout middle map, especially on some of those long flanking routes the teams were trying to take, especially on that P4 to P5 rotation. Notable a couple times. I think it was Sam who was in the middle of the map, causing some trouble there for Marshall. Never really allowed them to have a full 4-man hit without somebody being unchecked. I think this will cause a lot of the problems, so credit to your point, Amber. kind of just felt a little shaky across the board there for Marshall. But now we look ahead, what the series is going to be bringing us the rest of the way. And I mean, that kind of just is the tell of the tape, right? You don't even get to see the number on P2.
Yeah.
That P2 was tough. It was just, I mean, that honestly opened the door more than anything else in that game. Like, we could talk about the slaying battle the entire time. That P2, from just holding it on the blue side, being able to play back Jenny, and winning those gunfights consistently top red, not much you can really do on a break there.
I mean, and you know, I know you'll vouch for this too. They go hand in hand, right? Talking slaying and then seeing the P2 dominance, you know, both times around that we got to it. When the first time around, you're not trying to go down 60, 70 points just on the second hill. You're going to try to flood and get some kills. The second P2 was definitely more of a desperation kind of Hail Mary. They had to get in. So that pushes the slaying to be more lopsided because you're running into irons based on how they were playing, as you called to so well for the Roadrunners. You're forcing them to run into gunfights that they are caught spreading, so it puts them on an automatic slaying disadvantage. So for how well they played around the map, that definitely went to hurt them as far as kills around the map went. So you just set yourself up so well if you are the Roadrunners to be in winning positions, whether it was on the objective or cutting off key lanes around the map. They were just winning at every kind of category you could look at.
All right, let's talk search and destroy now. As we mentioned beforehand, respawns are really the bread and butter of these teams. Search and destroy for the Roadrunners hasn't been terrible. For Marshall, it hasn't either. I think they were working a lot throughout the season on their search and destroy, trying to make sure that was in a really good spot, especially against some of these better teams inside of the CCL, where it's going to be really difficult to take some hard points off of them. So going into this map 2, I think there is some good that we can take away from map 1 in terms of at least tendencies from Marshall on how they're going to want to play this. I don't think there was many moments where they were just getting caught out with like one person in a really precarious spot. I think it was just kind of just losing that first gunfight battle, or maybe an AR not being able to rip something. But if there's anything that I kind of got taught there from this side of Roadrunners, on I guess to kind of like counteract what I was saying there for Marshall, it's the battle of top red, right? And if you're playing over by P2 and the Roadrunners are able to hold top red almost every single time consistently from blue side, that means their offenses on that A site are going to be really easy to take over if you give them that same respect that you showed them there in the P2 of the hard point. And if you're able to do that, we know how favored the A site here on Scar is when it comes to search and destroy. So being able to double up top there, look over, maybe find a Marshall player. I think the one thing that I'm going to need to see from Marshall here to maybe shut that down, if they can't do it directly from the gunfight wins with the ARs up top, there's going to have to be a sniper either playing top green or trying to play that first player peak.
I think that kind of shadows the point of being able to say, if you're Marshall, sure, it's early in the series, but here in the search and destroy, like you said, with the respect they were paying to those gunfight challenges, you maybe have to take a chance, throw something a little off the wall at them, you know, make them respect something that you're trying to throw around the map, and give them a look that they aren't expecting. Don't, you know, back down from that site, even if you, at least, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say, whatever call you make, just go with it. You know, you don't want to see a disconnected or discombobulated play. If you make something, you know, want to happen, everybody's got to execute. And I think if they do that, they can definitely walk away with rounds, not only convincingly, but situations where it worked out only because all 4 players were on the same page and only because everyone executed and did what they needed to do. So do I think they're at some staggering disadvantage? No, based on what we saw at map 1. You called to it perfectly, you know, summing up, okay, what do I need to see differently in map 2 from Marshall? I think they're in danger if they find themselves in a hole early. I think if they can handshake rounds, keep things close, the longer they extend the search and destroy, the better. They very much could go up 2-3-0. Again, it's not something where it feels like a dire situation for them, but with the pace that the Roadrunners set in map 1, and we've already seen that, you know, countless time in the playoffs translate for teams going into map 2, I think for Marshall, slowing things down definitely wouldn't be a bad idea. And just keep themselves in a position to stay in striking distance, whether it's in a round, not getting blooded, or if you get blooded, you know, put in a position to be traded. It's just things that you can control. Make sure you do that around the map. Don't give yourselves an exploit point for the Roadrunners to take advantage of.
Also think it comes down to maybe who's hosting map there a little bit. So I think OT,
yeah, maybe
the GSA were the ones who are on the host there. Now, as we know for Marshall, very East Coast team. So look, I'm not going to sit here and play the ping blame game or anything, but I will say I believe there was a restart that happened. So player on the way into the lobby. So we'll have that here for you in just a second. Speaking on the S&D a little bit more though, Amber, you know, you kind of diced it up nicely where it was like, okay, there's not necessarily kind of anything to worry about necessarily for this Marshall roster right now. And they very well could kind of chain those 2 and 3 rounds together because, like, I don't see this Marshall roster kind of just falling victim to the trap of like, oh, we lost map 1, it's going to go map 2.
Yeah.
None of these teams in the CCL playoffs are going to be like that. There was so much adversity they had to battle through already. And for a lot of these players on Marshall, there is a lot of tenure here, specifically for Paralysis. I know he's going to be in there kind of leading the voice, leading the charge, being able to kind of just get everybody on the same page here. As much as everybody, you know, has their opinions on Paralysis, the one thing I can say is that he always does produce at least somewhat consistent settings for his COD team. And they're always going to be kind of on the same page going into the next map. So if there's anything that I can say about the camp of Marshall, is that they have a good head on their shoulders, and they might be able to bounce back here in this map too. That being said, Paralysis on screen first, going to be watching down. This is going to be a very slow hit here to the offensive side over on the A side. They've got one already deep watching it. That's going to be D on top red. You got one top green as well. Going for the close gunfight. Action will open up with one. Orbitals gets great timing. Unfortunately, though, it's Sam who peeks out at the market. They're able to 2-on-1 him.
I think the worst part of that is bomb goes down, puts it in a, at least without a kill or two, near unretrievable position. As you just have to work, trying to find a player in isolation, but you're just seeing, especially on the little mini map in the corner, just a lot of shouldering, a lot of shimmying going on. But now you're trying to chase these kills. Paralysis can't clean up that one, and is that one going to come to bite you? Maybe, because now you know you're surrounded. Couple players go down, 1 versus 2, can't get the hop. And the Roadrunners quickly close that one out after it went stagnant for a moment. Just caught out based on movement that the Roadrunners made around the map.
And it's unfortunate. Really, a lot of it comes down to just not having market control at all for most of the round there. I think when you were pushing to that site, you were hoping that Orbitals was going to be able to get that first challenge on the player that was playing the close blue box. That was Sammy was able to pop out of market, and then they just kind of played back with each other. Up in middle, 2v2, made it quick for a moment. First blood did go to Marshall, though. Unfortunately, they end up falling on the back end of Whippix and Sam being able to play the middle of the map perfectly in tandem. So now we go to an offensive hit here. Looks like this one's going to be pushed over towards the A. They're going to favor this site. Probably 9 times out of 10, they're going to be pushing around. He will be the first one up to blue box. Gets through, has a lane, spots one out, goes into market. Another player will be pushed up directly inside. Orbitals yet another first blood there. Whippix will fall first. You have Demo starting behind. Now it's D and Sam last alive in a 2v4. They got a flank coming quick. All right, sounds good. Sam laying down in an army crawl. Kwon going to be the top side of red. Now D looking to go ahead and add some support here from the backside. They're watching a flank just in case. Does Kwon read that the army crawls all the way through? He wisely backs up to his spawn to allow the rest of the teammates in through middle map. Sam, challenge. SMG versus an AR. It's just most likely going to go to the AR every time, and this time it'll go to Kwon. Now it's D last alive. Had shots on the first, tried to go for the second, but it's a full collapse there for Marshall on the site of A. Allowing them to get their first round on the board. Fantastic.
Timing. Wonderful timing. Yeah, got the tail end of that. Beautifully illustrated. As you said, back on the board. Though I missed most of the round. I know that was a good one for them to take.
All in all, a stout defensive effort. Fully pushed, kind of shut down there. So, on the Roadrunners end up being able to push out there. Not the same success they had inside of the hardpoint in P2, but it's only 1 round of sample size, so not going to dig too deep in that for right now. Once again, Marshall kind of just setting up a little bit slower here. They're just trying to get to their set nades, make sure they push everybody back. Lack of push up through mid, though, is going to allow the Roadrunners once again to have full control of the market. So as you look to Kwon on the top side of red, and you look at Whippix now pushing his way forward, the timing might have just been golden for him, and I think he's going to be able to get through here unchecked.
How can you get the good timing for the kill? As you've got Paralysis. Watching the push to the top side of the map, and maybe if D gets eyes on it, you'll get the wrap back out of Whippix, but for now, he is pinching the site. Oh, he could find just golden timing here.
Oh, and he's going to. And as he's behind, he finds Orbitals. It was Paralysis who had a huge 1v1 on the backside of the map. This time, though, it's all down to Kwon. 1 versus 2. Knows there's going to be one directly behind him. Snap good for 1. Wait a second. 1v1 opportunity. Would be a 1v3 on 4 in a row. Spots him to the bottom side of red. Gets away with his life at 31 HP. Now it's the push in directly through the bottom side of P2. Left side corner. Not checked out. Good enough for the submachine gun. Up close, and the Roadrunners take the round quick.
And just big heads-up play there. Just a close distance. Not give a chance to take even a mid-range gunfight. Again, just a big slide on Demo. Especially with the submachine gun. Give yourself the advantage in that play. valiant effort, bigger clutch up on the other side of things.
Like he really needed to win that gunfight in the back line if you were Paralysis. Thought he had the timing on the player that went through white wall. Didn't necessarily see how that gunfight shook out because there was a lot of action happening over at the A side. Once again wants to go over towards A. You're going to see this a lot from the Roadrunners here. Really every team that's going to be pushing aggressively. Orbital's the first one to challenge out towards Market. It was Demo who was able to find action with the sniper. So instead of it being something where Marshall get the sniper out to stop this A push over at the opposite side, they go ahead. They get picked off early. Bomb will go down. 45 seconds going to be about the trade time here.
And at certain points, it's really the battle of the north side of the map. And Paralysis is going to get that timing, going to clean up 2 kills. Finally gets the moment that you hoping he'd get where a couple kills go his way. Now they get the freedom to kind of run around the map. You don't want to get picked here if you are Paralysis, but you do get found by Sam. So now all of a sudden, you have a little opening, a little exploitation, but wait a second. They might have skipped in that.
I was going to say, okay, Demo I thought got away for a moment, but instead it's 2 players upside top red. Now Sam has to look back around. He gets the hop up over to the backside. Almost had the ability to turn back to him, but Orbital's in just the lick of time. Will be able to find that final kill, trade his teammate out, and keep us at an even game 2-2 early in the S&D.
And these rounds early on, coming down to final moments, coming down to final gunfight wins. No team having an easy go at taking these rounds, and Alex, that's really how we expected the Search and Destroy to go. It's delivering early on.
My question here, after 4 rounds for Marshall, is on this offensive look here, do you send a little bit more presence into the Market side? Or do you just kind of play back on your passive look once again? They're looking for anybody up through middle. Not trying to get caught off by any nades. It was Orbitals who spotted out the sniper glint of top green, so they're going to know at least not to challenge directly up in the middle map, and that's just a gunfight that you don't want to have if you're Orbitals. Knocked down early by Sam on the blue box. Quan now has to basically survive by himself here. He's got a teammate pushing through, but the Roadrunners now have all the information in the world. They've got their entire spawn locked down. No one can get through anywhere. They're going to have to take a gunfight if they want space.
It's halfway decent, right, to play with numbers, go around the 3 of you, like you said, get market control and try to work from there, but one player could spot all 3 of you, and that's the exact giveaway of where the play is, so you're trying to catch player isolation, maybe get a gunfight win here, the wall banks will come through, you get 1 free action, but again, you don't check left, or do you? I thought for a moment you change the complexity of that round in its entirety. Couple trades come through, so it's going to be 2v2, bomb retrieved. Should be going down A here as the Roadrunner is going to group up and try to wrap through spawn.
Paralysis is going to be the first line of defense. Doesn't spot the player all the way back in spawn. 38 HP will be able to survive for a moment. Has to be careful of the player top green. The snipe doesn't connect though from Demo. And this gives Marshall a chance to get out, reset, and find themselves in a post-plan opportunity. Up the red staircase with the pistol out. Second challenge now to the back end of D, who's looking to push forward on the moose painting. You got 1 down low in Demo, trying to fly his way forward. Doesn't want to pull the sniper out just yet. Has the pistol. And those ones up top. Paralysis on the jump down. Picks up an NPC and tries to slide out to the left-hand side, but just weak enough. The last few bullets to be able to connect. Marshall, first team to win 2 straight.
And all the hands of Paralysis. Gets a couple in that round. But a good job. Again, just working off what the map was giving him, right? It was a push towards A. You maybe take an ill-advised gunfight, but you're able to group up, work the picks around and get the bomb down, put the pressure on the Roadrunners to make a play, and of course having Demo with the sniper in hand, that's going to be a challenge. Knowing that gunfight's going to be so much harder, or at least buying time to be able to force him to try to find another gun. There's good awareness. Marshall, like you said, first one to get a couple rounds on the board. Can they continue to work this advantage?
Paralysis playing over by the plane side. Didn't necessarily have a direct look at anybody flanking. Trying to play a cheeky angle. Going to be able to hop back up. First kill, action, dead. Immediately to the hands of Whippix. This forces Orbital back inside of Market. You can see the spread out now. Throws a shoulder, bombs going down at the same time, and they should be able to get this off. So it's going to be a post plant now, and a setup here for the Roadrunners, where Marshall looking to retake this 3v4.
And I like to play over at A, just to take Paralysis out of it. You know, he's been playing that top side of the map, so you're just going to completely take him out of the play. Not worry about the flank for the moment, but you might have to here for just a second. The Orbital's able to get another one. 3 versus 1. Loads of work to do. Time dwindling. Realistically, you've got about 10 seconds to make a play on this bomb. Can you get a couple? No. Watching each other's backs. Slowing down. The way Marshall was able to string together a few rounds And with the good offensive execution like we have seen from them time and time again here on this star map number 2, Roadrunners get no one on the board, draw things up at even.
After those first couple of picks that the Roadrunners had, it was really all about just having to force a 1v1 gunfight. Quan tried to make it happen top red. Almost had one for it. Unfortunately, though, they were able to snuff him out, and that just left Orbitals in a really tough spot. Had a good look at 2 there. It's just a hard gunfight to win, especially with time. About 20 seconds left, would have to find one more. Marshall back to the same offensive look we've seen with a couple of times. Playing a little bit more passive, not wanting to waste a trophy before they have to. Holding themselves back from what those early set nades were going to be. This time one deep, and Sam just able to slip into market for free and trade out immediately. So basically that first blood for not at the moment. Bomb will go down over on the B side, and they have information there. Devo tried to throw a shoulder. Top green doesn't get it. Sam in middle map once again for a 2 versus 2 opportunity.
And we've seen Sam Rubin like this in the respawn. Now who gets better timing action? Whew. Gonna play it close. The Chowder in the corner, the back to him, the trigger discipline should be able to clean up this kill quickly. And now that's gonna be the call. A 1v1 top side of the map. D is able to take it. You win your ones respectively. You get the round win. Roadrunners. I think that comes down to Sam just doing a fantastic job, like you said, got in the market for free, and then just played your life after that. If you're Marshall, you have to immediately, kind of stop the bleeding there and say, okay, we have to find Sam, because so many times they played spoiler in our rounds. You avert just enough attention, and again, you just trust your teammate to win their ones. Round on the board. Now you rip off 2 straight. Put yourselves up a round advantage.
And I don't think Action could have made really a better play there. Fully watched the wrap through middle map, peeked out just enough, and you're going there, you're like, dude, I just got the worst timing in the world. All the while, Sandwich is laying down in the corner. So now you got to go back to the drawing board here on the defense. Try to find a way to get yourselves to round 4. Unfortunately, Orbital's falling first is not going to make that challenge any more easy on yourselves and makes it much more difficult here. You're fully spread out. Decent trade positioning at the moment for everybody that's spread out. You have to look for Paralysis here. Action! You can't get caught on the drop down there. You got to let Paralysis play for the kill.
You just gotta give it a couple seconds. You called to that perfectly. Even if Quan can get this kill, Bomb's still gonna go down. And again, Paralysis playing the north side of the map. It just gets taken out of the play. He's too low to grab and be effective by the time he gets back in the mix. So maybe if you don't get caught in the drop down and let him get that kill, he's a little more effective there. But I think the Roadrunners just playing around at this point. Offensively, they know, look, if we just sell out for A, get the bomb down quickly, it's a 4v3 on the site just about every time.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing for the pick there, especially down a life, you just can't get too aggressive and jump out of the window like that. There's no reason not to just throw a shoulder and then wrap back when your teammate's been watching that the entire time. It's one of those moments that really hurts out. If you throw a shoulder there with Paralysis playing in the kind of rat spot he was, and you probably get one for the money, and then you put yourselves in the 3v3. Instead, now all of a sudden, 5-3 down. Marshall had a good look at this halfway through, and now they're pushed up once again. D wins the gunfight against Orbitals. You thought he won it straight up. Instead, last 2 alive, Action and Paralysis for the search and destroy here, and it may well be for the series going into an overload, where the Roadrunners have been so good throughout the entire season. Around the corner, Sam the first one to fall. Paralysis will drop down. D on a fast flank all the way through. Is the timing going to be good on one of these players? Does he know that there's somebody inside of the shack back top? That falls quiet for now. He's still just running around as the trade there. 2-2.
Bomb down. Puts Marshall at a disadvantage now as they're both going to creep up. It's going to be on at least one. You figure both are going to be there for the money. Paralysis is going to try to pepper some shots, back them down. Bomb doesn't assume, so Action's going to put it down, and you don't expect Roadrunners to challenge immediately, but instead you're just going to get a little over-aggressive, a little overheat. And it'll pan out for you, Marshall, instead of putting the bomb down. Again, that's one of the more unorthodox plays you want to see, where maybe you're just going to stick it, you're going to back up in the team, you decide to apply pressure and say, you know what, try to catch him hightailing it back to spawn, does just that. And the do or die round, they make it stick.
Yeah, that's the best call you could have made there for your Action. Instead of putting yourself in a weird situation where time's already running out, you know that both of them are on the A site, they're playing for that post plant already. You getting aggressive, going for that 1v, they probably aren't expecting that in that situation. They absolutely weren't. You saw him kind of drop with his pants down on the backside of spawn. Demo will go back to the snipe, knows that somebody wants to play over by that B side. Instead, he'll play up through middle map. Nobody spotted out top green, and this time it's just going to be a gamble stack. Everybody over by A. They're trying to find out Sam. Shoulders being thrown. Action pushed up. And the flank now working its way through middle map as Wickpick is there. It's Orbitals who falls first yet again, and it's unfortunate for him. But the Roadrunners continuing just to fly at Marshall every opportunity they get.
And Sam is up on those 1Vs against Orbitals. Just finding ways to take them offensively and defensively. And it's a situation where once again you're in a man-down situation. You've got to find a way to work a pick really before you can make anything happen, and that opens the door for Roadrunners to work whatever bomb site they want while you're playing patient and passive. They get to push the pressure around the map. I think he got eyes on him there.
He might have spotted out the foot of paralysis. And they're going to wrap all the way into the backside of spawn. What a read for the Roadrunners, just being able to see the tail end of a foot from paralysis there. Quan in the back has to pair with Action once again, who needs to go massive here to have a chance of the round. 1 versus 3 to keep the S&D alive. Such a hard site to retake. So many awkward gunfights that you're going to have to take, where power positions are going to be everywhere against you. First inside of top green won't even matter. He doesn't even get a chance to go for the second two. The Roadrunners, after an exciting set of rounds that went back and forth between these two teams, come out on top 6-4, map 2.
Signs of life for Marshall in the search and destroy. When it came down to it, I think Sam, of course, winning the lion's share of those gunfights mid-map over towards the A side, definitely going to bode well. And oh, there it is. The last 7 first bloods you walk away with.
Yeah.
The rest of the entirety of you lose the first 3, take the next 7. I mean, yeah, it's just that's definitely a glaring point that jumps off the screen to you. But I think from top to bottom, the Roadrunners really just. They won their ones around the map where they could, where they needed to, and Marshall had those moments too where they were able to do the same thing. But when you can do that in succession, the way the Roadrunners did, where it seemed like when you were looking at a given 1v1 across the map, the Roadrunners showed that odds are favoring them more times than not. And I think the plays that they started making the back half of that search and destroy around the fact that Paralysis defensively always played that north side of the map over by airplane, they just use that numbers advantage to get bombed down, or at least know that if we take a gunfight, now it's a 4v2 because Paralysis, even if he wraps back, although you can catch him sprinting, they just put so well around the timing, so well around the movement around the map. They were making great reads. Marshall had their moments, but the Roadrunners really putting this one to bed. And I mean, vibes have to be an all-time high going into round number 3.
Yeah, I want to see the stats from this game as well, because I'm actually quite curious to see who's getting the majority of the first bloods there for Marshall and for the Roadrunners. And so, I mean, Whippix and Sam makes sense between the two of them. I know Sam was close with the SMG a lot of the times. D down there with 1. I think for me, at least for Orbitals, it was those 3 different rounds where he got caught out, especially on those offenses, getting a little too aggressive over by the blue box. I don't know if it was something to where he just didn't have the AR support over the top.
Yeah.
On top red. Maybe he was just trying to force the hand up there to try and get maybe a little bit of an opening on the site. It's just, yeah, there was a few rounds there where it just felt like Orbitals. It wasn't like that he threw his life away. It just felt like he probably could have won a few of those gunfights. That's a pretty glaring issue there, especially with the SMGs on the Roadrunners kind of dominating those early gunfights over on that A site, which we've seen more and more of as the year has progressed. So, yeah, that is kind of the talking point. I'm glad you brought that up with the 7 straight first bloods, but that is kind of the difference in the map there, is just more so the SMGs once again, and that was kind of a conversation of map 1 too, right, where it was just a lot of sub pressure, a lot of mid-map control, and a lot of the Roadrunners just being able to run it down. Like, yeah, the ARs can watch over and try to give support, but the SMGs aren't just winning their gunfights.
And I'm going to call for the Roadrunners to Sam between the respawns and, of course, the search and destroy. 10 of the 13 in the search and destroy were non-traded, and that to me it just is the talking point of how well through the first 2 maps Sam has done at getting a kill, getting out of his life. Popping 2, getting out of his life. He's playing so much smarter around the map in regards to trusting, that AR oversight to say, I don't have to overchow here and make something happen. I trust the players around me to be able to back up anything I'm getting done. So the non-traded kills also become a point you want to talk about and say, yeah, if you are able to kind of wipe away what the Roadrunners are getting to stick on the map, at least try to, again, I call it to insert and destroy, but stop the bleeding. It definitely becomes tricky when you let a player get loose like that, and he's a player they're definitely playing around to this point. So Marshall not only need to kind of orchestrate, right, a Hail Mary attempt here at the overload, but within the map they have so many things to watch out for that the questions start to get asked, is it too much for them to look out for? They've shown they haven't at all turns been able to manage it, but they have had moments where they've been able to play smart CoD. Here in the overload, is it just going to be too much to do? At least for them, it's Scar, you know. So, how many different looks can we get at this point? Now that we've seen it twice in the series, can they make the most of it though? I think the slang is going to be for me the biggest point. Can they keep up with the pace that the Roadrunners have played with?
Yeah, I think a lot of it in the search and destroy, you saw Marshall, they kind of slowed their pace down on the backs of the blue, especially on their offensive attempts. And it's not that there wasn't any sort of effort there. They were obviously trying to play off of not getting caught out by those set nades that UTSA was going to be throwing at them. But I think even in the hard point, a lot of the glaring issues that we saw was the kind of overall tempo of the team pushes. And I think Marshall was just kind of slow to the punch on a lot of those ways. I think you would see like maybe one person get like super aggressive, and then you'd have like the last two remaining players who are on the back line like trying to either like play a shoulder, like go for that final fight. And it's like, if you're going to connect to it or commit to the fight, you really got to go all at the same time. And I think that's been the difference between these two teams, especially in that first hard point. So going to an overload here, I think that kind of is another one of those things where it's like the Roadrunners, once they get that advantage, they're willing to sprint it down. They're willing to run it down your throat, not really look back. Marshall on the other end, they get that first blood, and like, yeah, like maybe one or two players want to run that pace, but then you have like that awkward moment where like maybe one person just out of sync with the rest of the tempo again. And then all of a sudden you find yourselves in a really weird spot where it's like, all right, I have two people pushing up, and now I'm a little bit further behind. It can lead to some good timings, but more times than not, it's just going to lead to somebody not getting traded in a really, really important position. So that's the difference that I've seen, at least the most glaring in the respawns, and even in the search and destroy for both of these two teams. And I think that's why not only the Roadrunners have been really good at overload throughout the entire year, I think that might be something that could potentially spell a disaster, maybe even the end of the season for Marshall.
Lots to unpack. That just seen a lot to this point, but again, I think for both of us, all signs pointing to Roadrunners taking map 3. I've really put it in such a good way of what is on the line as far as Roadrunners and overload, right? It is, we're not even gonna butter it up. We said if it goes 1-1, you know, if you can get through things, looking into map 4, maybe Marshall kind of stand that chance to battle back, extend the series, put themselves in a spot to apply pressure to the Roadrunners. But we said if either team goes down 0-2, not going to be a great time, and the Roadrunners being up 2-0, no here, yeah, we can close this out. And the only thing, maybe an intangible that you can call to say, okay, you know, you don't want to play with your food. The school's at this level with this much on the line. I don't expect the Roadrunners to come out and just toy with things. Marshall are going to have to apply all of the pressure in return. But I think the Roadrunners know, okay, maybe we've got this one in the bag. You don't want to see them falter or slip, though. Of course, it has happened, but yeah, I don't expect at this point in the season, with the season on the line, that they do anything short of closing the series out with 3-0.
No, not at all. I mean, look, the route that you have to not only land qualification, but just the next round of the lower bracket is going to be tough. If you're Marshall and or the Roadrunners, no matter the win here inside of the series, you will either play the winner of the Spartans roster from SJSU or Cincinnati. So that is going to be a tough series. And then after that, you have to play the loser of either Texas State or St. Clair. And that would be for the qualification to make it to land. Again, losers round 5 is where you will qualify for land, and of course, winners semifinals will also be the qualification spot. So all the matches tomorrow in the winners bracket will go into the winners semifinals. But more importantly than that, of course, all of those quarterfinals in the winners bracket will be for a qualification spot on land. Those same teams in the winners bracket, if they get knocked down, will only have to win one series. So any team in the winners bracket right now only need to win one series tomorrow to qualify. But for right now, Marshall and or the Roadrunners, they're going to have to win 3 different series if they want to see land in St. Louis. Quan up top blue, going to look for one out in the middle map, and this is what we talked about beforehand. This is the real pressure that the Roadrunners will give at you every single time. You give them an inch, they'll take a yard, punch out up top, wind out for it. It's 3 down. They're going to stop it at the goal line.
Big stop off spawn, out of action to make it. Now you're going to scoop in, try to apply pressure in return. You've been map control, and you have all these players bottled up in the bottom left-hand side of the map towards P2, which gets picked by Sam once again, just a mid-map Reaper at this point. And, of course, Whoopix is going to be able to try another one. I think it cleaned up. Teammate oversight allows an avenue to A. You're going to be caught sprinting. You're going to try to get through. Sure, you get one. The scoop of the objective. You try to get forward. UCSA going to score.
Still continuing to apply pressure in the spawn side, too. Top blue is where you have a couple of these players on Marshall. Kwong gets absolutely ripped in orbitals. He'll find the same fate to him. Rouses will finally find that trade, but he doesn't recognize that he is still top blue, and this is where the swarming of the backside spawn and the pestering of these annoying players is going to be something that Marshall have to really overcome, and for now they absolutely will do just that. White in the kill feed. Opportunity to go plane side, take north out.
Trying to surge ahead, find a few kills, make this route any amount easier for them, and that's going to be the 3-down clearance. They're going to look to try to get themselves in a spot to work this on the map with objective. Scoop quickly snuck in. And going to be another quick score for the Roadrunners now. Is sure you have a little bit of map spread if you're Marshall, but kind of head on the swivel. Again, who are you looking for? Sam. Someone has to wrap back to spawn. Number disadvantage on your offensive push. That'll slow things down. You know he's back there. You can see on the bottom hand side of the map, Action not going to let him go. You know he'll make an explosive play. Got the rest of it. The Roadrunners picking apart the team.
Flying forward, only one player on contention here. Quan in the mid-cut. Ooh, close there. Almost found himself falling to the pistol. But he'll clear things out once again. Give themselves a little bit more time to readjust to the play that Marshall are trying to make on the opposite end. Demo here looking for another right challenge, you betcha. 3 down. Last player remaining. Deep spawn going to be close enough to the point to allow some assistance. As they continue to run this thing forward, they can just wrap it out to the left if they wanted to, and it looks like they might do just that. Sam trying to hop into top blue. It's going to be a plane spawn deep for him. They're going to read the white wall spawn, but Paralysis on the drop down will be the first. Whippix now rotating back over on the right-hand side. He's got one hopping up to the top side of blue and gets directly under the nose of Action. 3-0 Roadrunners here inside of map 3.
Just a bout of bad timing for Marshall, and it's almost like one of Rains at Pours type of thing where you try to cut that off, make the stand, keep yourself in a minimal deficit, but now down 3-0, still 3.5 minutes left in this round as well. It's going to be on the retreat. Roadrunners with the objective. Sure, it'll be 3 in the feed, but that's just as far as damage control is concerned. Who are eyes to? Sam, trying to cut players off spawn. Once again, get some good timing for his team. Make those gunfights easier. There he's able to find one, the second one in tow. You work towards objective. Both players wrap back now, trying to find him. Can they do just that? Paralysis, sure, but objective already on the move.
Good snap from Orbitals up middle. Into the market, can have somebody in from behind, maybe grab that device to start pushing it forward. Action on the right-hand challenge is all market pressure right now from the Roadrunners. In an aggressive challenge right-hand side, Quan will be able to go for it. 2-2 split. Map fully spread out right now. A lot of pressure from the Roadrunners up in the spawn side of the Marshall roster. As you look to Action here on the backside of red, first gunfight goes his way. Full clearance back over by blue as Marshall has cleared their spawn now. Now they can bring this up through middle map, their first opportunity to score here. They blocked everybody in the back. It's the green spawn trap now that is oh so dangerous. They're going to be able to score this rally opportunity through the north side of the map.
And now they're just trying to pick up all these lanes, cut these players off, and find these kills. Push this line back once again as the objective drops, but you get cut down 3-1 in the feed. The Rat Back gonna have to come in, lick your wounds. Paralysis gonna have to meet his teammates off spawn. Work this objective up another lane.
Full wrap and clearance. Over to red. You have to win this 1v1 gunfight if you have the pistol in Paralysis. He's with 17 HP. Only got one teammate directly behind. The flank is coming in very quickly from Demo. First one on to Action. Paralysis will turn back around. He's pushed up, got a gunfight in front of him. Really not a lot there to help him. Lead blocker wasn't able to make it through middle map as everybody has been cut down by Whippix. And now it's a full top red split if you are the Roadrunners. Action opens up with one. Every gunfight directly in front of the Marshall Thundering Herd at the moment. But again, it's just 2 for 2 every time. It's immediate trades. Nobody able to get really any sort of presence for either side.
Oh, in Action, I mean, he just gets snuck under once again, and objective gets scooped. Puts them in a spot to get a trade. No convincing map control for the moment, but you can see these players running in tandem. For Marshall is now they're just going to try to, okay, pressure applied. Now let them get an easy avenue over to objective. You trust AR and Quan looking over things, relaying information. You're picking up the kills behind it. Can you get one more for your troubles? Orbitals not going to be able to, but Marshall in a good spot here with a couple more kills to try to make a play.
All still dropped out. Quan looks over the top for one on the bottom side of green. Paralysis nade right side. Laid down looking for the challenge, isn't able to find it. First look for UTSA really in a while to be able to push this into the spawn side of Marshall. As Sam is pushed up with the SMG, he's directly behind one. Cuts the lane open. But the rest of the teammates have fallen directly behind him, so he's by himself in an island. The market deep. Semtex there. Looking for the push through. Back over by the plane side. You got two more directly in the line of sight in front of you. Orbitals on the cross through. Quan's still here. Quipix, I don't think he wanted to grab the device, but he's going to do it anyways. And now he's looking to push up, and he's got a teammate that gets a kill in directly behind him. Stun check out. 33 HP. Wants to dance around this and find the final point here in the round. He's got two bodies he's got to get through first, and the teammates are here. On top of it, everybody's going forward. 2 versus 3 now. 3v2. 1 versus 1 gunfight. Pistol challenge. Now an opportunity, and a slide in with the finish into the face of the Marshall players. 4-1 at the half.
Convincing way to close things out. A way to turn the heat up, apply pressure, and get that close out. Even though you didn't have a lead blocker, like you said, you just wanted to get there. You know your teammates were going to be flying forward in pursuit. Didn't even need to find a kill. Shoulder shimmy, bot time for his teammates. They knew they played the trades. Good lead at the half as we look to switch sides.
Roadrunners were able to put 4 on them. On the side that some teams, it really depends on how you favor it, but for the majority of teams, probably the not favored side. This time though through black-blue. And they're going to push 2 bodies in through red and try to get a flank going immediately. Orbitals not able to read it out. Paralysis gets shots in the back. Immediately understands that there's pressure coming through, and look at the spread that Marshall have. If they're able to take this through middle map and grab it real quick, this might be something that pays off for them. Instead, Paralysis is just waiting for a hit to come through the backside of Market, waiting for somebody to push through red. All the while, UTSA come off the spawn, they go directly through middle map and clear everybody out. So now it's a push directly into the spawn side of Marshall here. They've got top green control. They've got the push all the way through the left side of the map. They've got the payload now working its way forward, and it's all about winning these gunfights. What an angle from Sam to be able to get through. He's found 2 for it. This should be a cap here in a moment. They've got one more player in the back, and somehow Marshall's been able to survive on top of the kills.
Orbital's able to find a big 2 to cut down the objective, so you just kind of bypass that, try to slow down the bomb, and you do just that to at least prevent it from going through. You see them try to retake the 50-yard line of the map, slow things down as payload resets. It's going to be action with it in hand. As now they have numbers, so if they can find a few kills in succession, they would have an easy avenue to get this done. It's going to be up to D to be able to stay alive. Not going to be able to. First point on the board in half. 2 points down.
Paralysis, not exactly sure where Sam was looking there. In the corner, deep back over by green. They're able to find 1. Players now starting to corral here inside of top loop. Paralysis once again surviving, but on the top side of the map, everything that has been faced forward over by blue is completely negated because they've got a push coming directly in through the back line. So the Roadrunners on the back end of Marshall getting really aggressive into the spawn side of blue, get the spawn out over by Blaine, and for whatever reason, Marshall just had no pressure there whatsoever.
Misplayed that goal. You fear it could cost you. As you're doing what you can to cut the deficit, you get the first points on the board in the second half. Feel like you can get something rolling here on the side, and I give up a easy one at that right under your nose. And now if you want to, you can really buy time, kill the clock, but I feel like the Roadrunners, they're going to keep applying pressure. I think they're going to try to get the 8 points here. They have the time to, they have the pressure to as well, but Marshall holding on for dear life. You got to see them make this one go through.
No, the last player alive is the one who had the payload deep inside of the market there. And the pistol out trying to make something work with him, but he had 4 players directly in his face. Now it's on the push out, and it's 3 dead immediately. You have 1 player left alive in action on the back. Unless he's able to make a hero play here, it might be another score coming in for the Roadrunners. D push through. Everybody on the front side of green. Peppered up. Demo flies forward somehow once again. Marshall able to just make that defiant stand at the very last moment.
Defiant stands. Only do you so good. Now they need to find a way to turn that into offense. A couple kills, great, but you need to apply pressure. You need to get these players cut off spawn. Don't get them set up in a position where they can cut you down, just like you did there to Quan. Really didn't have much player support, and now you can just set up a defensive hold. Work the objective if you want, but know that Marshall has to make a play on it from here on out.
Snapback 1. Find Sam on 1. Payload will respawn yet again. They're going to try and push this directly forward. It's a 1v1 gunfight out towards the satellite side. That'll be won by Sam. So his action falls. It's going to be a pickup now from the bottom side of red, and they can start pushing this into the spawn side. I think D thought Paralysis had died there. Stopped shooting, wanted to re-snap to a second one. Instead, this is going to allow Marshall to have another opportunity here to the south side of red, but they got 2 bodies they're going to have to go through. Quan wisely will stay down. They're going to wrap this through middle instead, and I think they got the read perfectly here. If they can get this through and Orbitals is able to get behind 1, this might just be a score.
Orbitals have to find the 1 though. Oh, you gotta finish your food. You gotta finish your food.
Man,
you gotta finish your food.
He doesn't get weak there. Maybe get a snap back around, try to play your life for another one. All theoretical here thus far. But the one thing that is held true is the Roadrunners still continue to hold their 3-score lead that they had from the end of the first half here on Scar. Paralysis looking to push his way forward. Has a nade frag cooked up deep back. Wants to hit somebody with it. Won't find anything. With 59 HP, he's going to be able to survive. Final bit of information. Knows they've got a few more bodies here, but through middle map, they've been able to find one through it. One slips the net. Knocks down another Marshall player. It goes 2 for 2 yet again. Payload still pushed very far back with the spawns deep blue.
Or trying to snap for a third. Not able to get it. So the back line, at least, for the moment, going to be safe. Clock stopped at 2:43. So now you're going to try to coordinate the second wave. A couple kills continue going away. You see that line surge forward. All the lead blockers out in front. You don't want Quan to fall here. Paralysis picks up another one more. We can get knife to the face. Action. Making it happen. Paralysis, another kill. The fourth one in tow. This should be a score here in a moment.
Oh, okay. Quan got really caught up on trying to get that last pistol finish. Don't necessarily blame him, but just been trying to make sure they clear everything out. But you did need that score desperately here if you are Marshall. Points few and far between for them at this half. They've been able to make 3 sticks so far. It was 4-1 at the end of the first half. Yeah, they've gone 2-1 up on them. And now it's a push into the spawn side once again. Did Marshall have something in them to be able to hold it at the goal line? They absolutely do. Quan was able to find it on the slide out. Gets 2 up through middle map. A turn back around from Orbitals and another opportunity here on an offensive push forward. Top Blue's forced to back off.
Marshall trying to streak up mid-map, and another couple big kills come in, 3 for 1, and the feed numbers advantage favoring the Roadrunners, and they're on the move once again. Whippet's gonna try to just sneak in here, and he does! Waltzes in off the quick scoop and score. And where you find yourself in just a marginal deficit, man, it continues to turn and burn. Roadrunners not letting up here as D's gonna find a couple.
This might be an opportunity for a rally. You can stay by the bell here for a moment as Orbital's up top. Green was able to make one stick. It's a team kill, but 4 down, and they really need to push the pace here. Start to get this flown up the map. It's the spawns all the way deep blue. They had a good look at maybe being able to make it through the plane side. Instead, up through middle map, it's Orbitals who goes 1 for 1.
Had to pump the brakes, just to see if they could get a couple of quick kills. Give themselves a cleaner lane to work through, but now they've given a moment for the Roadrunners to build lanes on the map. A more dire of a head on a swivel situation. You're going to see how quick Whippix can get in the mix if he does want to play that, but on the move again, Orbitals are going to make it happen. They get the clearance from the front, don't even need to wait for a pinch to develop. Marshall hanging in there.
Again, this is CCL season on the line here for Marshall. 0-2 down in the series. Must win the overload here if they want to stay alive and continue forward here inside of the lower bracket, and they are looking like they might be able to tie this game up. Remember, first to 8 or if the time expires. 1 score down right now, 6-5. Roadrunners still continue to have the lead. Action now looking for one on the right-hand side inside of Market. The AR pushing up. Has 2 bodies directly in front of him. Goes for the reload, instead gets caught off guard. Tries to pull out the pistol on the swap, but Sam is there. Now everything is starting to collapse here. In through middle map, Paralysis needs to have one, but he doesn't realize somebody's coming through the plane side. It needs to be somebody in middle map from Quan maybe to find one here, but they're directly pushing forward. Once again, they're going to be asked to make a hero play to stop on the goal line. Whippix down to 0 HP. Sam the last alive. Good headshot. Can he turn back around? Nobody was there for the read. 7-5. 1 score away from sending Marshall out of the bracket. I was going to say lower bracket. We're already here.
If it wasn't do or die before, it is absolutely here now. Backs completely against the wall. The Roadrunners doing a good job at getting that objective really just to give themselves a stiff arm. But now you want to see how much do they want to work the clock? How much time do they want to bleed here? Sub 2 minutes, and Demo trying to send these guys honestly packing to this point. D cleans up with the other double D duo, makes it happen, and they're trying to put away here. They want the score. They want the finish.
D's only got 1 defender directly in front of him right now, but it's reinforcements that come off the spawn that should be able to help, and they absolutely do. Mid-cut action. Finds one. 4 dead, wait a second, pushing all the way across the map. This could be a good convergence for a score. Inside the bottom of P4, Orbitals, good for 1. Now you're looking to just push this as far forward as you possibly can. And as you're stalling this line out, it's giving the last player in the payload an opportunity to run forward. But it was the player top blue, and Dino, who was able to find a double. Now Orbitals, once again, is being asked to have the world on his shoulders. Won't be able to find anything for it. They want to be able to grab this before it resets, and D is just going to let that expire and reset back over by a plane. Roadrunners, this time were asked with the task of being able to go ahead and stop the Marshall push, and they do just that.
And they let it reset. Just a good job just trying to burn clock at this point now. You're less than 90 seconds away. You get this kill, you might let it reset once again. You've been playing with good map control to this point. You've been playing with map control for this series now. with Marshall having to push forward, having to get aggressive. Do you try to punish them in that way? They get a couple, they get to work forward, top lane of the map's open.
Deep nade. Gotta have somebody in top blue be able to stop this push. Quan the first, D-trade, Demo on Quan, 2-1 for the Roadrunner. Stun check out deep. 60 seconds now left to play. Full back blue control here from the Roadrunners. They know the contention is upon them, and Sam through middle is able to find one through market. Now all of a sudden, you have him sprinting directly forward. He's got another one in this line of sight. The pistol player can't walk away with a gunfight. He turns back around for one more, but the teammate is there for the trade. In through middle, 1 versus 1. Orbitals takes it onto Whippix, and now they're going to start being able to potentially push this up the map. But Marshall, with time running low, really has to get something going here. It might be do or die.
And they're just playing the clock. They want it to bleed. They want it to reset. Now sub 30 seconds here in just a few moments. They've got to make a play. Do they try to wrap back to the B site? It is all irons forward for the Roadrunners. Can someone hit a flank? Can someone find a good timing out of Marshall? We'll see here. Consolidating, regrouping, trying to figure out the plan, but Sam in market. Does he get loose? Orbitals makes the read.
3-man split. All back, tighten it inside of the spawn. The Roadrunners will have a jump challenge up. Paralysis weakened. They want to go ahead and take him out. They know that they need to get him out of possession of the payload for that clock to stall out. And it's finally a 4 down. For now, they're just going to let that sit basically back, spawn for the reset. Whippix, first gunfight, trying to rip him off the plane head. He has 3 different players for Marshall, but all the while, it's a flank up their middle. Sam's able to find 2, 4 dead, pushing the spawns out. 20 seconds left here inside of the map now, and they've got them in the nastiest spawn trap you have inside of Black Ops 7. Demo looking for 1, drops back down. It has 46 inside of the game here. His teammate and Sam's got 51. Check back out, snap in middle. Almost everybody dead now, and as Whippix is finding the last player, that's just going to about do it. As time goes to expire, the Roadrunners will take the longest goddamn game of Overload I have ever watched inside of this season, and they will send Marshall Thundering Herd out of the CCL Playoffs, eliminated from contention for lane.
And you know what? Of all the points we've made this entire series, I think that might be the best one. I haven't seen, you know, the most COD this year with the time I took off, but yeah, I feel like that one was quite the lengthy one for us. Every time I looked up, I feel like there was 2.5 minutes left on the clock, no matter where we were. And I think that played to Marshall a little bit. I mean, it gave him a chance with how much Roadrunners tried to score in retaliation. You could tell they wanted to put it away, wanted to get to 8 points. When it came to the end of it, right, they started playing around the clock a little more. I think they could have done that a little bit sooner, but hey, you know, when you want to put a real staple, a real stamp on the series, that's what you'll try to do. Even though they had that 2-point advantage there, but for a moment, that one played close. I mean, you gotta get to Marshall. You can tell they gave it their all.
I was trying so hard not to bring up the rule set. We were in the middle of the game there. I was just like, you know what? Let's just keep everything focused, keep it in the moment. But now that we're over, oh my God, those were some of the longest rounds of Overload I have ever seen. And if the scoreboard isn't going to tell you just that, I just want to look at it real quick to see if we can get the timer in the top left to tell us how long we were in that game. Robert, if we have stats ready at any point in time, I will. We will take those whenever you have them available.
What's the over-under line? Over-under, what, 17.5?
God. That could have been a damn 17.
Is that what I say?
Dude, your line is insane.
What a line.
Holy.
What a line.
Yo, get to Vegas.
Yeah.
You just.
Yep. Yeah, I'll see y'all there for the play. And, I mean, like, 50 bombs are impressive, but 17 minutes of game time makes it a little more reach. And that's not to dim the light on the performances these players put up. I mean, the engagements just out of this world. I mean, Sam had 98 engagements, which is just 6,200 damage. Ridiculous, ridiculous numbers. Carrier kills look good. Overloads look good. I mean, from top to bottom. The respawns are just cut and dry for the Roadrunners. They came out and it seemed like the team that could really get out and play fast, especially with how we've kind of seen some of these later series go as it comes do or die time in the postseason. Teams just come out fast, have a game plan if maybe they get adjusted to, but I just don't think Marshall ever got the chance to formulate a game plan to counter what all was getting thrown at them by UTSA.
Shout out to the Roadrunners. Map 1, absolute barn burner for them. Played that almost to perfection. Under 9 points from Marshall. Really were not able to contest all that much. Scar, Search, and Destroy. 6-4 win after about round 3, or maybe it was round 2, something like that. They won basically 7 straight rounds of First Bloods on the Scar. Map 3 on the Overload. In the longest game of Call of Duty. I have ever seen, with probably the most engagements we've ever seen in the map of Call of Duty played out inside of the CCL. They take it 7-5. We always talk about and joke about, oh, you know, this the battle of attrition on a map. That genuinely was the the battle of
How
attrition.
checked do you think they were at the end?
I don't think.
How much longer do we have?
Dog,
How much these players had to have been?
The Roadrunners were probably going to, we should have won this game like 5-10 minutes ago, and instead they're just still sitting here with with the Marshal just grabbing the payload every time they can, just stalling the clock out until they can get a point in. But yeah, no, I mean, again, Roadrunners, they played a really good overload. They probably win that regardless of the timing there when it comes to the overall length of the game, just with the way that they had played and the amount of points that they had scored within the time limit. That would have been normal, I guess, for a game of overload. But all things considered, UTSA will move on to live and fight another round. And Amber, that is going to, I guess, do it for the continuation of what has been a fun first day of the CCL playoffs for us.
Yeah, what a way to close out too. I mean, sure, the two series we were to have at the back half of this, right? They're 3-0s, but when you get to watch the maps and kind of get to see the full picture painted, we did see a lot of dominance out of the teams that were able to take it. We did see some good fight, but for our first match, yeah, it was winners bracket. So, you know, Fisher White, they're going to bump down. They're still going to have another chance, albeit a long road ahead. The Roadrunners in a do or die match, they make an absolute statement here to send Marshall packing and continue to punch the ticket forward in their season. I think the winners bracket, cool and fun. I'm really excited this weekend to get into that lower bracket because it is just going to be a gauntlet from start to finish. I think everyone looking at the bracket, there's no easy matchup you're going to have.
No, there's not. A lot of great teams still in that lower bracket. It has been, as we always say, shark-infested waters down in that lower bracket. Before we go ahead and end off, though, we got one more thing to share with you real quick. Let's talk about the LAN that's coming up here very, very shortly and what all these teams are playing for. As mentioned beforehand, lower round 5 will be the teams that will qualify out of the lower bracket to make it to LAN. If you get to the winners semifinals, you will also be inside of LAN. So all the teams that are playing in the winners quarterfinals tomorrow will be playing that match for a chance to make it to St. Louis, where we will have our LAN finals on May 2nd through the 3rd. $15,000 up for grabs, 8 different teams playing in what will be a fun weekend of group matches, and of course the eventual bracket that will come out on top of it, all fighting for the moniker of being the 2026 CCL champions. Of course, we had Oklahoma Christian at the top of the game and still looking to stay undefeated for the last few years of the CCL, but teams like Fisher Navy, Mars Hill, and WOSU, teams like St. Clair, Texas State, even Buckeye CoD in that mix as well to potentially get upset. There are so many great teams still alive. Trying to make it to top 8 that weekend is going to be one of the best weekends that we have had in quite some time, if not ever, inside of the CCL. So we cannot wait to bring you all of that action. I'm not going to tell you who's going to be there just yet, but wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The Thundering Herd, unfortunately, will drop out of the CCL finals. And that means that we have our lower bracket and our upper bracket set up for tomorrow for what will be the continuation in day 2 on the Saturday of the CCL playoffs. Amber, before we close out here, final thoughts on what we've seen today.
I mean, based on what we've seen today alone, let alone what's been before this and what we know is coming, I think whenever we get our 8 teams that are going to LAN, it's going to be very contest heavy. I think the crown is going to be challenged for sure. And I think we've seen a lot of these teams not only battle tested, but showing that even in an upset situation or maybe an underdog situation that they can come to play and make a statement as well. So from what we've seen and where we're going, I think we're in for even better matches than what we already know to come. And I'm excited for how the rest of the weekend plays out with team seasons on the line. Winners bracket teams needing just one win. What kind of pressure does that apply to them as well? And do we see more crazy upsets? I'm just excited to find out.
No, we went from 123 teams at the beginning of the CCL season. We are now down to what will be our top 16 playing out not only for the rest of the day, but through Sunday as well. The CCL playoffs will continue tomorrow. Let me check the time real quick because I honestly forgot what time. We're going to be back here at 1 Eastern tomorrow. So if you want to watch the continuation of the CCL playoffs and see who will qualify for LAN, tune in with us tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. That being said, on behalf of myself, Amber, and the rest of the CCL staff, production, and players, we say have a fantastic night. We'll see you tomorrow for the continuation of the CCL playoffs.
Back into college Call of Duty, and folks, it is playoffs time. Let's get it going.
I'm looking forward to Ricky. Took the spear, doing well. Ricky, oh my God, the transfer for Ricky
onto this A site. He's gonna find another double. Sid, because I want some tequila, baby.
Tori opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He finds me back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, finds that EMP. Everybody's dead.
Come through Dojo, one down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody. Once again making the plays.
Result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play in his mind as he gives someone a nice quick clean haircut,
There's a
making it
chance. There's
2.
EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again, and look where the EMP spawns, the bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cow.